Call the meeting to order. It's 9:02. Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call?
Absolutely. Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor McCowen?
Here.
Chair Haschak?
Here.
Vice Chair Jurdy?
Here.
And Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Thank you. Good morning.
All right, good morning, everyone. So let's see, we're going to have Supervisor Brown lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it was formed, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you for that, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you.
In order to speak via telecomment, one must submit a speaker form online. The link to the telecomment request forms can be found on both the first and last pages of the meeting agenda and on the Board of Supervisors website under Agenda and Minutes and Public Engagement. If you have submitted a telecomment request for either public expression or consent calendar, please call in now. I'd like to also announce that items 4O, the Liz Barney contract, item 5G, and item 5H have been withdrawn at the request of the department. So, hope that's clear to everyone. Let's see, we're going to move. We have a very busy day today, and certainly a lot of things to recognize, celebrate, and honor. So we're going to move on to item the 3, public expression. So anyone who is signed up for public expression, please call in now. Okay, do we have Karen Gaffney on the line?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors. My name is Karen Gaffney, and I am staff to the North Coast Resource Partnership. Chair Judy Morris, outgoing supervisor from Trinity County, and Vice Chair Leif Hillman of the Karuk tribe asked me to represent them today to acknowledge the service of 2 of their colleagues and your colleagues on the North Coast Resource Partnership governing body, the Policy Review Panel. They would have been here in person to do this, but Leif Hillman and Supervisor Jeremy Brown are presenting Supervisor Morris with a resolution at her final board meeting as we speak. As I understand it, Supervisors McCowen and Brown came into office the same year as Supervisor Morris, and along with Supervisor Jardy, have been instrumental in the success of the North Coast Resource Partnership. Chair Morris and Vice Chair Hillman, as well as your Mendocino colleague, Supervisor Jardy, thanked them for their leadership, dedication, vision, collaboration, and integrity at our Policy Review Panel meeting this last Friday. They acknowledged the over $87 million in funding that has been brought to our region and the role of your board's appointed supervisors in ensuring that these funds have been allocated fairly, equitably, and with an eye towards the most impact on the ground in our North Coast communities. They asked that I come here today to convey their deepest appreciation to Supervisors McCowen and Brown and let you know that a resolution for each of them is forthcoming. She and Leif also asked that I thank your entire board for your ongoing support for the North Coast Resource Partnership and wish you all the best for a safe and healthy holiday season and new year. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. David Eister. DA Eister, is he on the line?
Chair Haschak, this is not DA Eister. This is another Dave Eister.
Oh, okay. Is David Eister on the line? It's not the DA.
I'm sorry, he is not on the line yet.
Okay, is Deborah Cuban?
Yes, she is. We'll bring her into the meeting.
Hi, this is Deb Cuban, Superintendent for Ukiah Unified School District. Good morning, Board of Supervisors and CEO Angelo. Thank you for letting me take a couple of minutes. I'm calling today just to respond. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, great. I'm calling to respond to a comment made by County of Mendocino staff during last week's Board of Supervisors meeting in regard to the status of our schools in Mendocino County. During the meeting, a staff member stated that it is up to the local schools and their boards as to whether or not they open to in-person learning. This statement is not entirely accurate. As you all know, school reopening is a complex issue, and discussion on this topic could take much of the rest of this meeting. However, an important piece of the reopening puzzle is directly linked to the public health orders issued by the Mendocino County Department of Public Health. Schools in California do not act in isolation, especially when it comes to health-related issues. Schools are compelled to adhere to the guidance of medical professionals to make determinations on our next steps. Ukiah Unified has been tirelessly working to reopen our schools to in-person learning since March. This school year, our amazing teachers and staff have worked hard to provide as much as we can to our students, both with their academic progress and their social-emotional health. Despite this, the children in our community face continual challenges in their learning, and the data shows that kids need to be back to school in person when the health conditions allow. Ukiah Unified created reopening plans that were submitted to our local public health department for review in July with a hybrid A-B schedule. With the changing guidance from the state and local public health orders, these plans were modified and resubmitted for feedback at the beginning of November, again with a hybrid A-B schedule. On November 12th, Mendocino County Public Health Department released a new schools guidance document. We have not been able to find another county in California with the same guidance for secondary schools. Please note that this new document in particular includes recommended restrictions on the number of students at the middle and high school grades that will functionally make it impossible for those schools to reopen to in-person learning under the planned schedule prior to the November guidance. So we are again back to revising our reopening plan due to this new local guidance, which will result in our middle school and high school students in Ukiah being able to attend school in person for only one period per day for 2 days a week. Reopening is a complex issue that we have been planning for since the beginning of this pandemic. There are many stakeholder groups to consider and consult with. The bottom line is we need to get our students back to school in person when health conditions allow, and we need our local public health partners to work in collaboration with us and with the understanding that their guidance and recommendations have a direct impact on our ability to return kids to in-person learning. We don't operate in isolation from our community. We look forward to a positive working relationship with all of our local partners, including the Board of Supervisors and our local public health department. And again, I just wanted to clarify for the Board of Supervisors and the public, the comment that was made last week. And again, thank you so much for all that you're doing to support our community here in Ukiah and countywide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
Supervisor Williams.
I don't know if we have our health officer available, but I would be curious to hear whether we're doing anything different than neighboring counties. And are there practices from neighboring counties that we could replicate if those are working better?
And if the commenter is still on the line, my question would be, I think the answer was yes. And could she please repeat specific differences in the guidance for our schools as compared to other jurisdictions?
Yes, and I don't know if you want me to do that now. There's one part in particular. I'm happy to put that in writing to the supervisors if it would be helpful. We are very connected in our state. I am the regional representative to our state superintendent's council. We are continuously collaborating with partners across the state, education partners. And there's just one sticky point that is making things very difficult.
Okay, could you repeat that, please?
Go ahead. Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, if you could put it in writing and we could address it with the public health officer during that agenda item, that would be helpful.
I will do that.
Okay, thank you very much. And
Thank
we'll be
you.
in touch.
Well, I would appreciate hearing it again now for the benefit of the public also, if we could.
Ms. Cuban?
I'm sorry, I just unmuted myself again. Chair Haschek, would you like me to respond to that?
Is it something that you could do briefly?
Yes, I mostly called in to say that this is a super complex issue, but within the guidance there is it's a math problem really. In the guidance for secondary schools, that's middle schools and high schools, the guidance says that we cannot exceed the number 50 in terms of student and teacher contacts. And with class sizes of 34, when you divide that in half to get social distancing, if you offer more than one period a day, you exceed the number 50, you get to about 68. So it is simply a math problem. Despite all of our creative thinking of our staff and collaborating across our state with what other high schools are doing, it just creates some challenges. And we have not found that yet in another county's guidance. I haven't done an exhaustive look though, so I'm going to be looking more. But in our looks to other counties, that restriction or guidance piece has not been put in.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. And let's see, is Paul Titchenen on the line?
Yes, I am.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Haschek, and good morning to the County Board of Supervisors and CEO Cornwell. I will limit myself very quickly. We did submit 3 attachments and a quick email to you. I'll read it. On behalf of the First 5 Commission of Mendocino County, we are requesting that you agendize for action the relief of A87 fees for First 5 Mendocino and take action to direct the auditor, Lloyd Weir, to cease and desist with his restrictive and unauthorized actions to control and limit the legal and duly authorized fiscal activities of your legally appointed First 5 Commission of Mendocino. Lloyd Weir, over the last number of years, has dramatically increased and then applied A87 fees to First 5 Commission of Mendocino as if we were a full department of the County of Mendocino, which we are not. We are not allowed to avail ourselves of all of the services the county provides as a county department. When we have attempted to negotiate a resolution of this issue, Lloyd has seized First 5 Mendocino's funds, and he has also exceeded his authority by arbitrarily restricting and refusing to release funds that were duly authorized by the full commission. Services that we have approved to pay to serve the children and families of Mendocino County. We are requesting that you hold a public hearing and then take appropriate action as needed. On behalf of the entire First 5 Mendocino Commission and the Executive Director, Julie Featherston, we are requesting that you agendize a hearing and action as soon as is possible under these current conditions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Titchenen, and for all you and the commission do for, and First 5 for the children of our county. I think that will be brought up in January. Okay, if We can go on to David Eister. Is he on the line now?
Yes, he is, Chair. Hashtag.
Very good. Mr. Eister.
So, Mr. Aister, you'll need to just press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, Chair.
Yes, good morning.
Super, good morning. Scrolling through social media last Thursday, December 10th, I came across a lengthy post on the Facebook page of our district attorney's office describing a man who had pled guilty to a crime as, quote, obviously a slow learner. And I read that the man had been in hot water with the law previously. I saw the exact same piece in the Anderson Valley Advertiser December 12, 2 days later. In both cases, it was unsigned. Is this a case of an unattributed article by a local paper being used for a press release, or was it a press release created by the district attorney's office? I'm confused. Why would insulting commentary on a person be allowed on county social media? Is this typical social media output by county departments? An antiquated phrase like been in hot water with the law reads like something I'd see in the gossip pages of a certain local paper, but a man being called a slow learner is just insulting. I found on the district attorney's county webpage this statement: at all times, the mission of this district attorney's office is to carry out the law in a fair, even-handed, and compassionate manner. With no one signing that embarrassing Facebook post, who are we to think is responsible for it? Who approved it? Who is accountable? Can we no longer rely on our elected officials or county employees to show respect for the public, even the people who have been in hot water? We don't know who wrote, edited, or posted the essay, but I think someone should have been advised to think twice before pressing send on it. If it's an article from a local paper, there should be a link to the paper or an author's name attached. If it's a press release, I'll just say that this is 2020, not 1920. It's a bad look, it's harmful to public relations, and I think this county can do better. No one is served well by anonymous, insulting essays being posted by the offices of elected officials on social media. Now, does the county have any control over social media used in their name with public money? Does the county have clarity on social media usage by the different offices? Is there clear policy regarding the county's expectations with departments' use of social media? Many county departments have Facebook pages. Does each department have clear policy? A step toward accountability could be for the county to require that every social media post sent out by a county office be identified by the author. I'm asking the board to consider mandating personal accountability on official social media accounts run by county offices. If someone were held personally responsible for social media posts, it might improve the content of Facebook pages and other social media of our county offices. In the meantime, I think even an apology is necessary. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for those comments. All right. Okay. Are there any other public comments?
No, Chair. Hashtag there are not.
All right. Very good. Moving on to consent calendar, agenda item number 4. Are there any items to be pulled or commented on?
Mr. Chair?
I'd like to poll for I. Yes, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. I would like to pull 4Q for separate consideration.
Very good. Any others? Okay, hearing none, I would like to just make this comment. I would like to read the proclamation. Is there someone trying to speak? Okay, I'd like to read the proclamation of 4I, which is a proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing the recipients of the 2020 Arts Champion Awards as nominated by the community and selected by the Arts Council of Mendocino County, Willits Weekly Business Champion, Arts Center of Ukiah, Arts Organization Champion, Lauren Sinnott, Artist Champion, Gary Martin, Individual Champion, and Judy Stavely, Educator Champion. Whereas the Arts Council of Mendocino County's mission is to promote the arts and cultivate creativity to benefit and enrich the lives of residents and visitors. And whereas Willits Weekly has been selected as the 2020 Business Arts Champion, having covered hundreds of visual and performing arts events with original photography and writing since publishing its first edition in 2013. And whereas Lauren Sinnott is a 2020 Arts Champion in the Artist category for the exceptional dedication, care, and research she has brought to the execution of her mural in progress, Ukiah, past, present, and future. And whereas Arts Center Ukiah is a 2020 Arts Champion in the Arts Organization category for their consistently inclusive arts programming, determining and creative board and volunteers, and impactful advocacy for public art and First Friday Art Walk. And whereas Gary Martin is the 2020 Mendocino County Arts Champion in the individual category for his tireless dedication to the Willits Center for the Arts as a curator and for the art history lectures he delivers to thousands of Mendocino County youth in Willits, Laytonville, and Covelo. And whereas Judy Stavely is a 2020 Arts Champion in the Educator category for her many years incorporating art, music, dance, and theater into the Comchi School's one-room schoolhouse, and for her welcoming circus and aerial arts classes for people of all ages and abilities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby proclaims December 15th, 2020 as the day to celebrate the recipients of the Arts Council of Mendocino County Arts Champion Awards, Willits Weekly, Lauren Sinnott, Art Center Ukiah, Gary Martin, and Judy Stavely, dated December 15th, 2020, and signed by the chair. So congratulations. It's unfortunate that we aren't able to be together to celebrate this, but we really appreciate what you do for Mendocino County, all of you. So thank you. Let's see, if we could do is there a motion to accept everything except for 4Q?
I move approval of the consent calendar. Except for
4Q. Okay, is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right. Deputy Clerk, if you could do a roll call vote.
Absolutely.
Did we have public comment, Mr. Chair?
Oh, thank you, Supervisor Brown. Is there any public comment on this?
Yes, there is public comment for consent calendar at large.
Okay. I see a public comment for 4O, but that's been pulled, right? Okay, and one for 4Q, which has been pulled also. Okay, so Deputy Clerk, is there anyone on the line for public comment?
There are only the people who signed up, Chair Hashtag.
Okay. Could you, let's do the one that's not 4Q.
Okay, so 4-0, do we? That person is not on the line, Chair Hashtag.
Okay, then we will move on. Could you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yes.
Chair Hashtag.
Yes.
Supervisor McCowen.
Yes.
And Supervisor Brown.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, going to Supervisor Brown. You had pulled item 4Q.
Yes, sir. And this is a proposed adoption of a resolution accepting the findings and recommendations of a traffic study to establish a speed limit of 45 miles per hour on Babcock Lane. That would be County Road 207. And this is in the Ukiah area. I did receive public comment through a letter, and I don't know if anyone is going to speak to this, but it is from the Johnson family. They're a family ranch on that road, and Miss Susie Johnson, Mr. Peter Johnson, and Stephen Johnson objecting to the findings. So I do have some questions of Department of Transportation, Mr. DeShiel, and I believe Supervisor McCowen does as well. So I'll begin with my questions. The city of Ukiah has posted limit of 25 miles an hour on Babcock. So where is the boundary that separates the county from the city on Babcock Lane? What discussions did Department of Transportation have with the city before the study based on what they have posted? And I would like those questions answered, and then we can go on to Supervisor McCowen's questions as well.
Let's see, is Department Head DeShiel on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good morning. This is Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. Quick answers to Supervisor Brown's questions through the chair. The northerly 500 feet of Babcock Lane is in the city, and it's posted at 25. No, I did not have conversations with the city of Ukiah because the county's portion, which is the southerly section, has not had a posting. So we were doing that for the first time. And what they do in their jurisdiction is theirs. What we do in ours is ours.
All right, Supervisor Brown, does that answer your questions?
It does, but it seems to be very mixed. And I can understand what is being said by the Johnson family in their correspondence. And I do believe the city will be very upset about making this change by the county. But I want to ask as well, what would be the speed limit in the county portion without a study?
It would be 55 miles an hour. And I might add, the county is not going to change the city's portion, only the county's portion.
All right.
Well, it seems a very mixed bag, but I'd like to go on to Supervisor McCowen. He has submitted some questions.
Okay, Supervisor McCowen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. More comments rather than questions. And I did submit these to Director DeShiel and also copied them to Supervisor Brown. But first of all, I'd like to maybe ask a couple questions about the parameters that we can operate within. So in order to set a legally enforceable speed limit, I believe it has to be based on an engineering and traffic survey, and then that engineering and traffic survey has to comply with certain standards. And typically, the speed limit would have to be set, I think it's at the 5 mile per hour increment closest to the 85th percentile of traffic speed. Is that accurate so far?
Yes.
Thank you. And then I believe that there is a provision that to be included within the engineering and traffic study, you're supposed to also consider unapparent conditions, I think is the terminology, that a driver could not necessarily be expected to be aware of just based on observation. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then I think if it is determined and properly documented that there are unapparent conditions, then the maximum speed could be adjusted. I believe it might be a maximum of 5 miles per hour below the 85th percentile. Did I get that accurate as well?
Yes.
Well, thank you. So in my comments to you, I'm very familiar with Babcock Lane. I travel it frequently. And I think there's a number of conditions that all add up to conditions that would be unapparent to the driver. And you actually referenced several of them in your introductory letter to the traffic study data. And that's the high rate of collisions. It's the fact that people do use this as a shortcut and drag strip, to use your terminology. And then I think there's several other conditions that I mentioned that would not be apparent to the driver. And also one point in your letter, it mentions there's approximately 4 driveways, and actually I count 15, 9 of them serving residential, industrial, or commercial uses, and 6 farm roads. And then there's other areas where people can enter or leave the roadway that would not be considered a driveway. So adding all that up, Howard, would the board in its discretion have the ability to find that there are unapparent conditions and therefore adjust the speed downward by 5 miles per hour?
Well, through the chair, again, this is Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. It's actually your registered engineer that has the discretion to do that, which would be myself. When I listed those matters, it was to really say, I would say out of the last 4 speed surveys we've done, this was the most meritorious. I mean, this really needs a speed zone. There are about 5 people a day traveling that road in excess of 76 miles an hour, where the last 3 or 4 speed zone studies I've done, particularly those ones on the coast, the highest speed was 50 miles an hour. I wasn't trying to draw the 5 mile an hour reduction rule. That's engineering discretion. I know it's subjective. And the unapparent condition to the driver is really not met by that, but the meritoriousness is. That said, I had not communicated with the Johnsons. We were communicating with the circulator of the petition. And, you know, I would be willing to go over my response to you an email this morning from your late night comments last night with her to see if I can convince them of, you know, the enforceability of staying with the 85th percentile and not reducing from 45 to 40. Because, you know, I want a strong, enforceable engineering study that will stand up in court. So that's basically my response.
Okay.
Supervisor Haschek?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. The Department of Transportation Director DeShield said he is willing to meet with the residents, property owners on Babcock, and discuss this with them. If there were no traffic studies and cars went over the 55 miles per hour, I heard Mr. DeShield say some of them are driving as fast as 76 miles an hour. I think we need, as a board of supervisors, to encourage highway patrol to be in there, and certainly those speeds would stand up in court if somebody tried to fight a traffic ticket. So I think the best approach we have with this agenda item is to table it, have conversations take place with Mr. DeShields and the Johnson family and other neighbors there on that particular lane prior to this board taking any action. So that's my recommendation, and I'll move it.
Chair Haska.
Let's see. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, could we hear from our director? What change of outcome could we expect if we table this and we have continued discussion? Do you see a possibility of a further reduced speed limit, or is this a properly conducted survey by a registered engineer and this will be the outcome in the end?
Well, through the chair, Howard DeShield, again, Director of Transportation. I think it's correctly done. I think Supervisor McCowen did find some errors in at least my listing of the number of driveways, and I might correct that. I might think long and hard about making the subjective determination, but I probably will bring back the same speed because I want the most ironclad document I could have for enforcement. But like I said, I'm willing to reconsider it. And sometimes the community would rather have no sign at all than have a sign they don't like. So I could even abandon the process. So that would be where I'm at.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Supervisor Brown.
I want to apologize. I made a motion previous to hearing public comment. I don't know if there are members of the public that would like to speak to this.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah, is there any public comment on this?
We do have one public commenter, Chair Hashtag, and
Okay.
she is on the
Let's go
line.
to public comment. Yeah. Can you put them on the line?
They are on the
Yes.
line, Chair
Can
Hashtag.
you hear me?
There she is.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, my name
Yes.
is Susie Johnson. I'm a Johnson on the Johnson family ranch has been farming on Babcock Lane for over 100 years. Babcock Lane is a narrow country road without shoulders, without crosswalks, sidewalks, or lighting of any kind. The Coca-Cola distributor, Mavericks Enterprises, numerous residences, farms, and Johnson's labor camp facilities are located on Babcock Lane. Oak Manor School and Oak Manor Park is a block to the north. So many children during normal times walk, travel on Babcock on a daily basis. Presently, there is a 25-mile-per-hour sign located on Babcock Lane that was erected by the city of Ukiah. The county's traffic study that was obtained simply establishes that people routinely drive at least 20 miles per hour above the posted speed limit. Raising the speed limit will just result in the speed of traffic increasing and safety decreasing. This road is rarely patrolled. If you're familiar with Babcock Lane, you're aware of speeding cars trying to maneuver around the walkers, the joggers, the bikers, the homeless, and of course the tractors and trailers which are trying to cross safely without getting killed. Drivers many times are talking or texting on their phones and are not aware of the road or its occupant. If there is someone walking on the road, it's next to impossible to have two cars pass at the same time because one car must swerve into the other lane to avoid hitting them. Not only small children, but also adults who reside on Babcock Lane can't cross the road without taking a chance of getting hit by speeding cars and motorcycles that zoom down the road each and every day. The guardrails on the south end of Babcock have to be repaired or replaced. It seems like almost every month due to people speeding and crashing on the turn. Additionally, there are many people who crash into the creek due to speeding and dangerous driving. They not only crash at the corner, but all along Babcock Lane creek bed. The cars already break the law, and if you agree to raise the speed limit, you will be giving them the chance to go 20 miles faster. Bottom line, we're requesting the speed limit be posted 30 or 35 miles per hour. I believe it's a life or death situation that rests in your hands for my grandkids, the homeless, joggers, bicyclists, everyday citizens who live on Babcock Lane or travel on it. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Now, Supervisor Brown, did you want to make that motion again?
It's already on the table, but for Mr. DeShiel, again, I want to repeat, I'm also concerned about the city's reaction to the survey and changes the county is considering. And he said, I think he replied that they had no jurisdiction in that portion of Babcock Lane, understand that. But I do feel that conversation needs to occur with the city as well. So I'd like to call the question unless any other county supervisors want to speak.
Well, I do have a question. Oh, let me. Okay, thank you. So my understanding is that according to the study, it would be 45 miles per hour. That's what's warranted. That Director DeShiel has the discretion to go down to 40 miles an hour, or we could do nothing and not put a sign up. So those are kind of the three options that I see. Is that correct? And that's for Howard DeShiel.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Again, Howard DeShiel, Director of Transportation. That's correct. However, bear in mind the 500 feet in the city limits, we are not changing. We have no jurisdiction there. It'll remain 25. It's the rest of the road and the county jurisdiction that this concerns.
Okay, very good. All right, any other comments, questions from the board? Hearing none, we'll
Chair Halfcheck.
Williams. Supervisor McCowen.
I will support Supervisor Brown. This is her district. I appreciate her taking up the issue. I think it would be helpful for us if this is going to come back to understand if the options are 40 mile per hour sign or abandon the sign altogether. What would Supervisor Brown like us to do when the item comes back?
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Brown? Yes.
And it may not come back, Supervisor Williams. I just think more discussion has to go into this. We all have constituents that express these concerns. I think it's important that the county respond. I encourage my colleagues, all of you, to go drive Babcock and determine for yourselves if a 45 mile an hour speed limit is appropriate. When you have on a portion of the road with the city 25 miles an hour, that's a lot of confusion for drivers. And those drivers that receive a traffic ticket, it's a way for them, again, to fight it in court. So I would like more discussion going into this with the neighbors and property owners on Babcock Lane and also with the city before this comes back. If our director decides to bring it back, then it'll be before two new supervisor-elects and the three of you. But that's what I'd like to do at this point.
Okay. Supervisor McCowen.
Thank you, Chair Halfcheck. Well, what is not acceptable is the status quo, and without setting a speed limit that is based on an engineering and traffic survey, there will be no enforcement, and there hasn't been. So, and the neighbors are a bit mistaken in their comments that the contemplated action would raise the speed limit. it would actually lower it and make it enforceable. Right now, the legal speed limit is 55, but so presumably they could write a ticket if someone was going above 55. Is that accurate, Director DeShiel?
It is, but well, you'd have to talk to law enforcement. I think it's better when they have these studies, but yes, they could at this point write them over 55.
But, no one's paying attention to it now. One of my concerns, and of course I'll support the motion here, but one of my concerns is despite even citing some of the unapparent conditions in your report, and I've listed a number of others, the director is still uncomfortable making the appropriate, and yes, it's subjective, finding that an additional 5-mile-per-hour reduction is warranted. And, your reason for wanting to delay it and talk to the Johnsons isn't to be convinced that you should make that finding, but to convince them that 45 is appropriate. Or I guess if they say just leave it the way it is, you'd go along with that. Anyway, bottom line, traffic does move much too fast there for conditions. So I'll let it go at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to Deputy Clerk of the Board. Could you conduct the roll call vote?
Absolutely. Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowen?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Chair Haschak?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. We're going on to it. Let's see. Is there anyone on the line for public expression, since we had a problem with that before? Deputy Clerk?
Chair Haschak, there is currently no one on the line for public expression.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 5A, discussion and possible action including recognition of employee service awards to eligible employees with 15 to 35 years of service for Mendocino County. And the sponsor is Human Resources. So I'm going to look to William Schertz. Okay, good morning, Mr. Schertz.
Good morning, Chair Haschak, members of the board, CEO Angelo, and council clerks. I'm William Schertz, Human Resources Director, and I am honored to present this item. If I could, I'd like to share my screen so I can show all the 56 employees that are being honored today.
Very good.
Okay. The 56 employees being honored at this presentation are those who became eligible during the period of January 1, 2020 through December 31, 2020 in the following departments: air quality, assessor clerk recorder, auditor, county counsel, child support services, district attorney's office, health and human services, human resources, information services, planning and building, probation, sheriff's office, and transportation. The 56 employees represent a total of 1,165 years of dedicated service to the county. And that is my introduction. As you can see, there's 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, 30, and 35-year employees.
Chair Haschak, you are muted.
Yes, thank you for that list. It was certainly inspiring to see all those people dedicated to our county. CEO Angelo, would you like to say anything?
Thank you very much, Chair Haschak, for asking. Yes, I think that the good news is that we have employees that have been with us a very long time, and they are the backbone of this county. I don't want to say the bad news, but it is unfortunate that we're not able to do this in the chamber and be face-to-face at this time. We believe that next year we will be. So with that, I want to thank the Human Resources Department for pulling this item together, even though it is not the usual way that we do this. Again, we recognize our staff, and particularly at this time, our 1,200 employees are all struggling, as we all are, going through this pandemic. And our employees come to work. They come to work every day, or they work from home, and they do the business of the county, and they serve the public. So again, you know, I would like to thank all of our employees on behalf of county administration, and let's hope that next year we will actually be back to doing a face-to-face recognition of our employees. Thank you, Chair Haschak.
Is there anyone from the board who would like to say anything?
Chair Haschak?
Yes, Supervisor McCowen.
Thank you. Well, we certainly do have a large contingent here of very dedicated employees who have been with the county considerable number of years, 15 to 35 years. They are the backbone of our ability to provide service to the residents of Mendocino County. And of course, normally we do have the presentation in chambers. Every employee is called by name. If they're present, they come forward. Comments are made about them by their supervisor or department head. I know it would take a bit of time. I know we have a lot of items on the agenda. I think it would be appropriate to list the number of years and then simply name everybody who is in that category, and then go to the next cohort. And just to mention their names for the public record, that these are the people that make Mendocino County work and deliver services. Thank you.
I will second that statement.
All right. So, William Schertz, could you put that list back on? And if, I guess, Supervisors McCowen and Brown would like those names to be read. So could you read those names so that?
Absolutely. Yes, William Schertz, HR Human Resources Director. All right, so here's the list. 15 years of service: David Marshall, Juliana Chapman, Julie Pardini, Kimberly Andrews, Donna Buchnani, Deborah Wara, Philippe Leon, Alex Strassel, Troy Tagnoli, Jessica Sandoval, Russell Ford, Deanna Boughton, Andrea Turchin, Christian Denton, Kirk Ford. For 20 years of service: Marie Tuttle, Gina Connor, Marla Quintana, Eric Ribbley, Tim King, Jacqueline Otis, Rhonda Gott, Jason Cadillo, Shelley Tubbs, Brady Bechtal, William Johnson, Scott McMenemy, James Schnitzius, Jack Wan, Siri Knox, Agui Marin, Doug Gherkin, Stephen Boner, Nancy Vinson, Chandra Caffrey, Damon Liebert, Christian Van Patten, Roxanne Brower, Kevin Bailey, Teresa Baumeister, Tracy Wright. For 25 years of service: Robert Moore, Brian Stevenson, Richard Munoz, Maria Alvarez, Darren Brewster, Maria Falkenberg, Stephen Campbell, Yolanda Luque. 30 years of service: Jeanette Kropman, Alejandra Ayan, Ed Collins, Matt Kendall, Bethany Keach. And we have two at 35 years, Stephen Studer and Jenny Struthers. And I'm sorry if I mispronounced anyone's name. Thank you.
You did that like a substitute teacher. Very well. Well done. All right. Thank you for reading off those names. Good idea. Let's see. If there's no further board comment at this moment, we will go to public expression. Are there any public comment on this?
No, Chair Hashtag, there's no public comment for this item.
Okay. So we'll go back to the board. I guess we need to accept this presentation and recognize the good work that all these people and their dedication to Mendocino County. So it's very much appreciated.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
I think one way we can honor hardworking long-term public servants is express our commitment to continuing to listen to their concerns and input on ways we can make Mendocino County a better place to work.
Great idea. All right. Okay. So with that, thank you, William Schertz, and thank you to all the list of the people on that list, and to everyone working for the county. In these times, it's really a commitment to do. It's a public service that we all appreciate. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to agenda item 5B, discussion and possible action, including an update associated with the novel coronavirus COVID-19 and provide possible direction regarding essential services in Mendocino County, operational preparation and response, and associated countywide economic impacts. All right, so we'll turn to CEO Angelo.
Thank you, Chair Haschak. In light of it being 10 a.m. already, we will try to move through the update as soon as we can. We do have some different components. We certainly have Dr. Corin, who will give the update. And we also have Becky Emery, who is our Department Operations Center manager. We also have Nash Gonzalez on the line with us. Nash has been tasked as the project manager over our mass vaccination plan. And so I do want to say that there are so many different facets to this pandemic response. And the good news is that we are now moving into our mass vaccination plan. And we don't see vaccinations as the end all. We see it as a path to get us to where we need to go, which is out of this pandemic. A couple things I would like to mention before I turn this over to Dr. Corin. And again, we have Dr. Corin, Becky, and Nash Gonzalez to talk about the mass vaccination plan. I believe that if Dr. Corin was not on the line earlier, there would be some questions around schools that possibly he may want to address as we move forward. You'll hear a little bit today about our ongoing testing. We do have OptumServe still with us, certainly surveillance testing, and we have beefed up our numbers and our availability for testing. You'll hear more about that. And we still continue to do contact tracing. However, as this board and the public knows, the numbers have gone up, and with those numbers up, it's more difficult, and there is also new guidance on contact tracing and investigation. I would like to say that when we began the pandemic response, it was very clear that it was a public health crisis. And the longer we were in the pandemic and the pandemic response, we realized that it is not just a public health crisis, it is a community crisis. And that's where we are. Now we've moved on to the stage where we have community spread. Our numbers are really high. They're high throughout the state. And we really are in a healthcare delivery crisis. And I believe that what CDPH at the state level really tried to do in some of the actions that they took was to protect the healthcare delivery system. And that certainly is what we've tried to do here, and certainly what the healthcare delivery system is trying to do. Because the more they're protected, the more capacity they have, the better we all are to serve the public. Where we are today is 58 counties. Some of my colleagues in other counties are beginning to pull their pandemic response teams together to review their mass casualty plans. And so I will say that working on our mass vaccination plan, continuing to do pandemic response, we are now moving to the stage where we are reviewing our mass casualty plan to be certain that we have everything in place that we need to have if we need to enact the mass casualty. So that really is where we are as far as our response, which you're going to hear about. I will say that I am on calls with Dr. Galley at a minimum once a week, usually twice a week. And I know that the state has developed these regions. The regions are questionable. There's not a county out there that isn't questioning why they're in a specific region, but that is what the state came up with. We are in the Northern California region, and there is a movement to look at splitting that region based on some counties being much smaller than others. So that's what we're looking at. The state has pulled together their latest endeavor, which is called Vaccinate 58. And there is some confusion with that. What you will hear for a few minutes today, not to take up too much time, is the vaccination plan. And there are definitely tiers that are prescribed by the state, and those are the tiers that we follow. While the state is rolling out this Vaccinate 58, they need to make it very clear that as we follow this plan, that healthcare workers, SNF, those are the priorities. And the public, most likely members of the public, will not get vaccinated until closer to the summer. And so it's not we're opening the doors. We have all these vaccines and we're going to be able to vaccinate everyone today. So anyway, that's really all I would like to say. And at this point, Chair Haschak, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Corin and then also Becky Emery and then Nash Gonzalez to talk about our vaccination plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And yeah, if we could all just keep it to the point, that would be helpful since we're running behind schedule, but certainly it's important news to hear. So Dr. Corin.
Thank you, Chair Haschak and the other members of the board and CEO Carl Angelo. I think if it's all right with you, I'll respond to the issue that Deb Cuban raised regarding the schools, and I think I can do that fairly briefly. Is that all right, Chairman Haschak?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so first I wanted to thank Deb Cuban for all the work she has done for her students and certainly for the families as well during this COVID crisis, passing out food trays and just serving the community in general. I want to say a couple things. One, Department of Public Health has always wanted the schools to be open. Our Department of Public Health orders follow the state guidelines lockstep. We do not order cohort sizes or terms that cohorts have to be maintained. Though the state does say schools should be maintaining cohorts and should not change them around too frequently in order to protect not only the students, but importantly, the staff and the rest of the community from transmission. Cohorts allow the containment of one person who may be infected from it spreading through the entire school. I have been meeting with the local superintendents as well as Mendocino County Office of Education, Michelle Hutchins, on a fairly regular basis over the last couple of months. And at one of the first meetings of the school superintendents, there was a specific request to develop a guidance document to be very clear so they could write their opening plans. We discussed the issue of cohorts, and there was some controversy, and really with negotiation, we came up with a number of 25 people in the cohort plus 2, and a person could share 2 cohorts to make it a little bit more feasible. As it turned out, other school systems besides Fort Bragg and Ukiah Unified have been able to develop very good school opening plans based on the 11-page guidance document that we wrote. So in the guidance document, I did put in, after researching, I think it was 10 different counties' orders, I put in a number 25 per cohort, and it should stay pretty stable within a month. Among other counties, I just want to give you a sample of how the range is. LA County has a cohort size in their orders of 12 and 2 adults. They also restrict their campus to less than or equal to 25% of the total student body. In any case, we developed these guidance, which is not orders, but guidance for the benefit of the superintendents in the schools. However, it became apparent that this created what seems to be a liability issue for Ukiah Unified and for Fort Bragg, who said they really couldn't open within those requirements. So, having heard that several times, we have written new guidance, and it should be released today. If we would like to, I could wait and have Deborah Cuban and the other superintendents review this, Mendocino County Office of Education, if they wanted to. But I've stricken the specifics of the cohort size or the duration that those cohorts should remain stable in order to enable the school districts to write opening plans and get our schools open. I want to also say that all through this, I've tried to be cooperative and helpful to schools, and we've sent one member of the board of the County Board of Health, Lisa Fredrickson, who is my assistant in this area, to various educational webinars, and she has become adept with doing walkthroughs of the schools and has learned from other school districts to do walkthroughs to try and help them with figuring out class sizes and how people should move through the halls to make it safer. So the new guidance will be out today unless Mrs. Cuban wants to check them or any of the other superintendents first. I just want to reassure you and the rest of the schools and the families in the community that Department of Public Health definitely sees the need and wants schools to be open. We want to continue to work closely with the school districts, their staff, and the community. So I hope that that answers any questions. Okay. If so, then I would move on to the health department report on this pandemic. And as usual, I'll start off with data. In California, 1,585,044 cases of COVID have been reported, 34,000 more yet in the last day, 21,046 deaths in California, 77 yesterday. In Mendocino, our average daily new cases is 29 and frequently 35, terribly stressing our staff who are working long hours in contact investigation, contact tracing. Our total cases to date was 1,991 cases. That is 200 more in the last week. The Latinx community suffers the most from that, as you know, with 1,172 cases. We currently have 259 in isolation and 437 are quarantined. We have now had 24 members of our community pass away as a result of COVID. In the hospital currently, there are 12. Of these, 3 have been transferred from out of county. 2 of ours are out of county in Sonoma. The regional data now is very important. Remember that less than 15% available staffed ICU beds triggers the regional stay-at-home order. San Joaquin has 0% available, and they are on that, they've triggered that order. Southern California has 2.7% available ICU beds, and there. Sacramento area is 14.8, and that's increased, but they've already triggered that order. In the Bay Area, including Sonoma County to our south, they have 17.8%. However, they have voluntarily gone onto the stay-at-home orders in an effort to contain this horrible pandemic. Abajo has called this a tsunami. In NorCal, in Northern California, which we participate in, 29% of our ICU beds in Northern California are available, and it's because Mendocino has a 37% ICU bed availability. But here's the problem. Our 37% is 5 beds. So how easy can we stave off those people who are going to be transferred from south of us? St. Helena just opened last week after renovations from the fire that they suffered. They're filled with transfers. Rancho, the Northern California Health Officer Organization, met about the numbers and decided on a joint messaging campaign for the non-pharmacologic personal interventions like wearing masks and social distancing and avoiding, during the holidays, very painfully, avoiding gatherings. The state estimates that if we had 25% ICU availability, we might be able to make it through 3 weeks, but then that's going to be triggered. And they have been wrong in the past. They've been wrong with the other counties south of us. So we're estimating our county will trigger a stay-at-home order in the next 1 to 2 weeks. And where is it coming from? This is always raised. We did have a serious outbreak among the homeless and building bridges, and that's being mitigated by RCS, who's putting all residents in hotels at this point so they can keep people separate while they clean their facility, and street medicine is monitoring them. Also, Round Valley is now suffering a fairly large outbreak, and that's being contained. But most cases continue to be non-outbreak related. They're due to small gatherings, break rooms, eating and drinking together, leading to community spread, close contacts. Plus, people are not telling us when they call us, when we call them for contact investigation and contact tracing, where they may have caught it. So we actually don't have a lot of the specific information that's been requested. Many people just don't believe how terrible this is, even as the United States approaches 300,000 COVID deaths. So the problem is minimal compliance. The more we say, the more people disbelieve. The more we order, the more people dig their heels in and have fought back. This is not everybody, but it's enough that our attempts at writing orders have been undermined. Our testing, as was said before, Optum is at the fairgrounds and continues to see in the range of 400 patients per day. Soon we'll have an Optum brick and mortar site at Fort Bragg. Our travel team has started. Color tests are being sent to the clinics. So we're doing fairly well in improving our testing from the down that we had in November when UCSF pulled out. Vaccines, you'll hear more about later. We had a tabletop on Monday with many, many partners from EMS, schools, law enforcement, governmental agencies. The state has developed guidelines for distributions that are based on equitable and ethical criteria. There are many changes coming about the distribution. It's all very, very complex because of the temperatures. There's a lot of unknowns. When vaccines will come, we don't always know. And how frequent they'll come, we don't know. I've just found out this morning that next week's disbursement of the Pfizer vaccine may not be headed to Mendocino. Our best guess now is that it may be summer until the vaccines will be of any value, meaning herd immunity. So in the range of 70% of our populations will have been vaccinated. But the future availability is uncertain. The vaccines, although they seem to be 95% effective in studies, they may not protect the way we expect them to protect against all contagion and transmission. It may mostly decrease the severity of the disease. So in summary, I am usually an optimistic guy, but looking at where we are now and where the counties to the south of us are, all of our efforts so far seem too little and too late. The state acknowledges we'll probably trigger a stay-at-home due to ICU bed availability in a couple of weeks here in Northern California, but that's not counting the sooner onslaught of transfers we're going to get from out of county. The state could shut us all down. They could even do it with the National Guard, but it seems unlikely for economic and political reasons. So to respond to our current situation, I've asked and we've discussed looking into the availability of mortuary resources and also to look into the mass casualty plans with an eye to possibly using the fairgrounds or some other place for a medical tent to mitigate possible disaster that lies ahead. So again, I want to say everybody should have a good holiday season, but it's not going to be the same as it was last year. Hopefully, Next year, it will be much better. But in the meantime, we have to all mask up. We have to keep our social distances. We have to avoid gatherings larger than your own household. That's different than orders on gatherings. We want people to stay in their own household. And that's during the holidays, which is very painful. So we should be giving gifts of next year and pray. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, and so on.
Chair Hatchett.
Thank you, Dr. Corin. Let's see. If we want to deal with questions for Dr. Corin right now, let's keep it to 2 questions per person. And then we can go through the rotation. So I see Supervisor Williams, you want to start off.
Dr. Corin, it appears that there's a dramatic shift in the numbers reported last week versus this week from our county hospitals. Can you describe why that may be? Have the number of beds changed, or why is there a discrepancy in the data?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your question.
The available ICU bed proportion seems to have had a dramatic shift between last week and this week. Is there a reason why?
You know, the numbers of beds that we have in Mendocino County shifts because of just total numbers of people. It's a small number. So 1 or 2 patients can make a very big difference. Like I said, our 30% available beds is 5 beds. So, you know, if you add another person in there, it becomes significantly less, another person. So that's why there's some shifting. And my concern is that it's not only COVID patients from Mendocino County that will be occupying and needing those beds, but from the rest of the state.
And question 2 of 2. Last week, we heard there may be as many as 45 staffed ICU beds available. Is that your understanding, or is it 16? And I'm relaying this from the public because it's quite a range being expressed, and folks just aren't sure which number to follow.
So first of all, let me say we have 16 beds in Mendocino County dispersed among the 3 hospitals. Adventist Health, which is our only hospital system, has a surge plan. And within that plan, they can surge up to 45 ICU beds. Our concern is staffing. These can't just be, as somebody said in an earlier call, real estate. You have to have the right number and trained people to staff those beds. And while Adventist can shift people around, and we can oftentimes get more nurses in from registries and so on, the COVID pandemic has minimized those resources because of out of state, where we've had big state volunteer health corps. We have very few left now. And the rest of of California is eating up those staff. So the plan may be good for 45 beds, and it seems cogent, but what can happen remains to be seen.
Thank you.
Hey, Supervisor Jurdy.
No questions.
Okay. Dr. Corin, there's been a lot of correspondence about the health club and, you know, permitting people to stay at the health club, go into the pool for therapeutic, for physical therapy and all that. Are the orders in Mendocino County different than the state's orders? Are we being more stringent than the state, or what's the deal with that?
It's a good question, and it has come up a number of times. We are not more strict than the state. The state does not allow indoor pools to be open in the purple tier, and certainly not during this time. If there is, and that goes for doctor's orders. There's no place for doctor's orders to say a person should go into this pool. I agree. It can have some therapeutic benefits. But at this point, if a person needs those therapeutic benefits, they need to see a physical therapist who will actually give them a program at the poolside. There are some exceptions to that, which is swimming lessons, and there's one other I can't remember right now. But children's, I think they relate to safety training. But other than that, indoor schools are closed statewide.
Okay, so with the picture you're painting about this, the dire situation we're looking towards, you don't see this changing anytime soon for the state or Mendocino County?
At this point, the trajectory of this pandemic, as we've watched it very closely from a statistical point of view and talking to our colleagues in Southern California, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. We're going to go through the next couple of months, and it's going to be really worse than any of us have seen in our lives, especially if you need a hospital for whatever reason. There are not going to be the beds, there's not going to be the vents, there's not going to be the personnel to staff those beds.
Okay, thank you. That's my two questions.
Mr. Chair, would it be all right if I offer a clarification just on one point there?
Yeah, go ahead, County Counsel.
Thank you. Dr. Corn had made a reference to an exception for swimming lessons. I think what he's referring to is the drowning prevention classes that are a reference in the state orders. I don't know that that's actually going to encompass all swimming lessons. We've still been trying to get a little bit of clarification from the state as to what exactly a drowning prevention class is. We understand that they thought of it as something more important or more critical than simply ordinary swimming lessons, but we don't have a good definition of it at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McCowen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'll say that I have more than two questions. Happy to take two at a time. This is probably the most important issue before us, and it's unfortunate that virtually every meeting you attempt to rush through this and cut off questions that the public would like to hear answers to. My first question, well, first, I do want to thank you, Dr. Corrin, for hearing the schools, working closely with the schools. I want to thank you and the entire team for all the work that you're doing on vaccines. I know there's a tremendous amount of work goes into that. You've been working on it for some time. First question, I believe you said that vaccines probably won't help overall before summer, that we would need to hit, I believe, 70% of vaccination. I've heard sometimes stated higher, but your view is a minimum of 70% vaccination would be needed to really facilitate a return to something approaching normalcy. Is that accurate? Well, and that we won't hit that mark probably before summer, like June or so?
Yeah, first thing, it's important to understand that even vaccinated, people need to be continuing to wear their masks and doing social distancing and avoid gatherings. And the reason for that is because the actual, in practice, beneficial effect of the vaccines is not entirely known. This is research. This is experimental. And so there have been some concerns that while it may decrease the severity of illness in the person vaccinated, it may not prevent them from contracting the virus and passing it along. So as we get further on to doing our mass vaccinations, we will be continuing to learn what that is. As I look at the mass vaccination campaign, though, and I think Becky will talk about this later, with the numbers of vaccines that are coming and our ability to do vaccinate the community, and given the tiers and the phases that we're going to be doing it in, the vast majority of our citizens are probably not going to be eligible for being vaccinated until the spring, maybe early summer. But we're thinking that by late summer, a significant portion of the United States population will be vaccinated. And that is usually thought to, for herd immunity, it's usually thought to be 70%. In our community, of course, we also have a lot of anti-vax sentiments. And not surprisingly, with a brand new experimental product, there's a lot of hesitancy in taking vaccines. So just to give you maybe a little longer answer than you wanted.
Well, thank you, Dr. Korn. Actually, I appreciate very much the additional detail, and I'll repeat it again because I think it's important. Even if someone has been vaccinated, they should still be wearing a mask and practicing social distancing. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So my second question now, given that even though the vaccine is arriving, but it will take until middle or late summer before we're able to hit the 70% mark, if we can overcome the anti-vaccine sentiment and the concern about this is completely brand new and normally there would have been 5 or 10 years of studies, even if we can hit the 70%, that won't be until middle or late summer. So in the meantime, we will see local businesses continue to suffer, to struggle, even though they're doing everything they possibly can to be COVID safety compliant, masking, distancing to the degree feasible, improved air circulation, ventilation, purification. If a business is operating and perhaps they're not in strict conformance with the state health order or our local order, but they're doing everything they reasonably and responsibly can to keep their employees and the public safe, is that really a priority for us? If we get a call, shouldn't the tenor of the enforcement be, are people masking? Are they distancing? What is the air circulation? Are people objectively being safe? And I think that was the intent of the resolution the board passed last week. So to boil it down, isn't our first priority to determine people are operating safely? And if they are, shouldn't we go on to the next case where they're clearly putting the people at risk?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor McCowen. Yes, and that is the approach that we've taken. We want to help our businesses to do right. Yes, there may be complaints, but we definitely talk to the business owners and we do ask them those questions. In fact, from the point of view of community prevention, we have been doing compliance visits to businesses that have not been the subject of complaints in order to just walk through and say, here's what you can do a little better, here's what you can do a little better. And we want to support the businesses, and we very much appreciate the businesses that are doing their hardest to keep our community safe. And I should add, during this holiday season, shop local. It makes a difference. So, there's no question.
All right.
Thank you.
Supervisor Brown.
No questions.
Okay, we'll go to Supervisor Williams.
No questions.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
None.
Okay, let's see, Supervisor McCowen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so just to follow up to the last question regarding enforcement priorities, and we do have dozens of comments from people who are benefiting from the ability to be able to use gym or fitness facilities that they don't have at home. And there's quite compelling testimony that it's benefiting their health, both physically and mentally. So again, I do believe I heard you say our priority would be to determine if a particular activity is occurring, is it being conducted as safely as reasonably possible? That is masking, distancing, being mindful of air circulation, not allowing people to gather together. So no break rooms, no socializing, simply strictly focused on exercise.
So let me try and answer the question about the gyms and the indoor pools as best as I can. I'm personally familiar with two of the athletic clubs in town, and I'm very impressed by the modifications that they have made and they've tried to make. And we don't have a way to measure airflow and those sorts of things. I think they've come a long way in trying to make their facilities safe for their clients. We can't allow more than what the state allows us to do. If we do, we risk all of the funds that are going to help all the rest of our citizens. So although I could write an order that says it's cool for people to go to the gym, use the indoor pools, I can't do that without risking the budget that we have for the county. That's just reality.
All right, so I guess that's an answer to that question.
No, Chair Aztec.
Yeah, you have one more question?
Well, I have one more on this topic, and then I do have others on case investigation and contact tracing. But I just want to emphasize that no one is asking that Mendocino County allow more than what the state allows. I am not asking that our orders be written in a way that contradicts the state. I am making the point that Mendocino County only has so many resources for enforcement, as stated in the resolution adopted last week. All of those enforcement officers have other critical county duties. I would be more concerned about businesses that are operating outside of the safety protocols. For instance, it's not difficult to drive around and look at the outdoor dining setups and see that some restaurants are scrupulously in conformance. Others have diners packed in closer than if they were indoors at full capacity. There seems to be no enforcement of that, and that's directly putting people at risk. So again, it's where we put our resources. And I do believe you said earlier, Dr. Corin, the emphasis should be on our appropriate safety protocols being followed. If they are, I would hope we would go on to the next case that may actually be putting people at risk. So, because we are also aware of the public health impacts of driving people back into poverty, closing down businesses. The federal and state governments have yet to provide sufficient resources for small business owners or employees to survive shutdowns. So again, focus on public safety. So I guess that's more a statement than a question, but I'm very concerned that we would take an officious attitude towards businesses that are doing everything they can to be safe, and by the public testimony are greatly benefiting the physical and mental health of our citizens. So flexibility, that would be my plea. Thank you. And again, I do have other questions on other topics.
Okay, is there anyone, let's make sure that there are questions too. Are there any other questions from the board? Okay, Supervisor McCowen, we need to
Thank you, Chair Haschek. So obviously we're in a tremendous surge, huge concern. I did submit some questions yesterday, Dr. Corin, regarding the number of people that we have currently assigned to contact tracing. I'm curious how many are county employees, How many state employees do we have that may have been assigned to us? How many volunteers do we have? So what's that total number? Also, it's important to know what number of those are bilingual, and what's our status in being able to keep up with this tremendous surge? I'm concerned that we may not have enough people available for the task at hand, and then add to that the concerns you raised that people seem to be less cooperative than they may have been earlier. So what's our capacity for contact tracing and case investigation?
So I did ask our nursing supervisor of this service, and the total number of individuals assigned to contact tracing is 21 and 29 to contact investigation. Contact investigation takes an awful lot more time, and with the numbers of new cases, it's imperative that we have enough to follow through. There are 4 in each category that are, there are 2 in each of those categories that are bilingual, and that we try and spread them out so it covers all 7 days. There are 18 of those who are county employees, and the state employees are, as I understand it, 26. Volunteers are 14. It takes, I'm just going off the questions that you asked before. Hold on, let me just get through this person. How many cases are assigned to each individual? As I understand it, per day, 4 per day for case investigation and 20 per day for contact tracing. I think that answers the questions in that category on your letter yesterday.
Thank you, Dr. Corin. I'd like to drill down a bit on the bilingual. You said we're trying to have 2 per day for contact tracing and 2 per day for case investigation.
We're trying to cover 7 days per week. So we have,
correct, but
we have 4, as I understand it, we have 4 people who are bilingual that are in contact investigation and contact tracing. Let me look at this again. Okay, in 11 are bilingual. I misread this. In contact tracing, 2 are bilingual, and 2 of the lead team is also bilingual and work on different days so that the 7 days are covered. So important to, I misread the answer.
I guess from a global perspective, Dr. Corin, do you think that that's enough? Are we getting the job done?
No, I'll say very honestly, no, it's not enough. We need, and we're trying to utilize, and they're doing very well now, our promotores de salud to do some of the education and outreach and information to our community. But as you know, they are twice as many who are being affected in the Latinx community than in the rest of the community. And since they, we need at least that many that proportion to get to those people, and probably more because there's a lot more questions, and because of the disparity, a lot more information needs to be given. So do I think it's enough? We'd love to have more. We're trying to get volunteers every time we speak publicly or in any organizations, anyone, and we're trying to scrub our own county workers, people who can put extra time in, who are bilingual to this effort.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Corin, again, so I appreciate, I think you said we do have a total of 11 bilingual. I understood you to say 2 were assigned to contact tracing, and there were another 2 who are team leaders who also help with the contact tracing. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And then that would indicate we have 7 people who are doing the case. Wait, I might have confused myself. Did I just ask about the contact tracing? Yeah. So then we would have 7 on case investigation. Would that be accurate?
No, actually, here's what it says. Contact investigation, 11 are bilingual. Contact tracing, 2 are bilingual, and 2 of the lead team is bilingual. So it looks, reading through this, that we have actually 15 people who are bilingual on that team.
Could you provide that information to the board also, perhaps?
So, if I may, Dr. Corn?
Yeah, thank you, please.
So certainly, we do have a significant number of bilingual staff that have been provided. I'm happy to put together a report to the board of what our staffing is. We do need additional staff, especially as we are experiencing this surge. The staffing does cover 7 days a week, and we do not have them working 7 days a week. So I think that's part of the challenge in deciphering the schedules. And determining exactly how many bilingual staff there are, as there's overlaps between the tasks that each of them do and what they're assigned. So we will certainly put together a very clear report that designates how many are state staff, how many are county staff, and additionally, how many of them have the skill to do both case investigation and contact tracing, as well as provide lead supports to our staff. And just so that you know, the lead supports are the individuals that are answering questions for the case investigators and contact tracers, helping to provide them with guidance and direction, and also working those very complex cases as needed.
Thank you. And I will appreciate the report. I think my colleagues will as well. And obviously, this is a critical need to have more appropriately trained bilingual case investigators and contact tracers. And do we continue to reach out to the state to ask them specifically to send us bilingual qualified people? We're never going to get ahead of this if we can't appropriately investigate, trace, and test, and make sure that the appropriate people are being isolated and quarantined. So I would hope this would be pretty close to the first priority among many critical needs.
If I may, through the chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So Becky Emery, Department Operations Center. I apologize, I did not share my name prior. Yes, we continue to raise our request to the state as an ongoing request for supports and needs, as many of our communities and counties are throughout the state. So there is a definite need for this, especially as all of the state or counties throughout Mendocino or California, as all of the counties throughout California are surging. We recognize that there is significant staffing shortages and have continued to push our request forward and have had great support in doing so. But there is a very, there's a lack of resources throughout the state as well for that effort.
Thank you. And how long does it take to train a volunteer and bring them on board, and who does the training?
Through the chair.
Yeah, and then we're going to take a break after your answer, so thank you.
Okay. So the state has a required Cal Connect training that individuals are signed up for. It is, I believe it's a one-day training. I think they have broken it into 2 separate half days. Additionally, we have a 6-hour more in-depth training on our protocols and requirements for case investigators and contact tracers that we have broken into 3 2-hour sessions. And so we have staff that provide that training to ensure that our new case investigators and contact tracers are in alignment with the procedures and the processes that we have implemented internally for reporting, for tracking, and the requirements to place individuals into isolation and quarantine electronically.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, for Dr. Corin, I see that around the state, a lot of hospitals are at the breaking point with ICU bed utilization maxed out. Between cases that you anticipate being generated locally with the current trajectory and transfers that are likely if we have a bed available and another region doesn't, I imagine we're going to get their patient. What do you see for this winter and spring for us? And rather than trying to micromanage public health, I think everyone's doing what they can do to put us in the best position possible as we head towards winter. But what do you see this as a real risk, and what does it mean in terms of real people's lives in Mendocino County?
That's a good question. I think in this situation, if the hospital system truly breaks down and really all three of the hospitals are having trouble managing the numbers of patients that require their services, the ICU, which requires the most people to attend to those very ill patients, will be overwhelmed. And so what will happen is that they'll try and manage some of those patients in other floors, in other rooms. And those rooms will get flooded. And then what will happen is that there will be a decrease in the number of staff that is required to take care of patients. So the quality of the patient care will also suffer. There'll be an attempt to relieve that backlog or blockage by discharging people perhaps earlier than they should. Perhaps turning people away from emergency rooms because there just isn't enough care available, and helping people as much as they possibly can to care for themselves at home. And I think as people see that, what I've seen in other epidemic kinds of situations, and it has shown itself to a certain extent in our hospitals, people stay away from hospitals and they come in later. And we're not just talking about COVID patients. We're talking about somebody who might have angina or a heart attack, someone who might have a severe infection that's becoming septic, and they'll lose their blood pressure, and the next day they could die without appropriate care. So these are the kind of things that happen. It's like a house falling down, and those are the ways that things happen. That's why keeping an eye on the ICU and trying to protect the ICU is a priority at this point.
There are two floating around in our communities. One is, we've got this covered, don't worry about it. And the other is, we're in a crisis. And I think it's very difficult for the layperson. It's almost coming down to alignment with political ideology rather than underlying facts. So anything public health can do to be transparent, show what we know, and I think you are doing this, trying to be objective about it. But if there's a way to communicate that so that the layperson can decide for themselves what the risk is and what the appropriate behavior is in response to it.
We are actually trying to collaborate at this point with the other northern county regions with a publicity campaign. You know, it's nice to say the vaccines are on their way, and that's a great thing. And it's very boring, and people are kind of fed up with the tactics that we have that we know work well. And more people are doing them, but it's not enough. There really has to be 100% masking. People have to stop their gatherings, and that is going to be so difficult during this holiday season. And they have to keep their social distances. If we really are compulsive about doing that, we could put a top on that within our county, within our region, but we're still going to have to deal with the rest of California. That's one of the things that really worries me.
All right. Well, we are going to take a break right now for 15 minutes till 11:05. All right, and then we'll be back. We'll continue on, but we need to keep moving on this agenda that we have for today. So thank you. We do have some public comments about 5B, and we'll come back. We'll take those, and we'll continue on. Thank you. So 11:05. Very good. Well, we're into item 5B, but we do have a special break right now where we have Senator Mike McGuire and Assembly Member Jim Wood on the line. So for this would be, what item is that? Oh, item 5F. So we'll open up item 5F, which is discussion and possible action regarding presentation of resolutions by Assembly Member Jim Wood and Senator Mike McGuire to Supervisors Kerry Brown and John McCowen honoring their service to the community. Update by Assembly Member Wood regarding end-of-year activities facing Mendocino County and the California 2nd Assembly District. So, good morning, gentlemen. Senator McGuire and Assembly Member Wood, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to be with you, and we are grateful to be tag teaming this celebration of both Supervisor Brown and Supervisor McCowen. Mr. Chair, if it is all right with you and the Board of Supervisors, we'd love to be able to start out with Supervisor Brown, which I'll kick off, and then turn it over to Assembly Member Wood. And then Assemblymember Wood would then launch Supervisor McCowen. And if it's all right with you and through your discretion, would like to say a few words as well, but I'll leave that up to you, Mr. Chair, if you're comfortable with that direction.
Yeah, that sounds great. Okay, very good.
Well, again, Assemblymember Wood and I are so honored to be able to present the highest honors of the California legislature to both Supervisor Brown and Supervisor McCowen, and that is the Golden Resolution. It's been adopted unanimously by both the Assembly as well as the Senate. And Assemblymember Wood, thank you for your partnership as always, and so grateful to be able to work with the Assemblymember on this and so many other issues impacting the North Coast. And it is a privilege to be able to be with you, Mr. Chair, and of course, your board, and to the county administrator and dedicated staff, as well as Sheriff Kendall. First and foremost, both the Assemblymember and I have deep, deep respect for Supervisor Brown and her dedication and commitment to this community, as well as her lifelong commitment to public service. Supervisor Brown, I think we could all agree, has dedicated her life to bettering the lives of others. She has been committed to promoting and defending Mendocino County agriculture and help put viticulture in our wine region of Mendocino County on the map as the executive officer for the Mendocino County Farm Bureau for over 2 decades. Kerry constantly has given back to this community, whether it's her time on the Eel Russian River Commission, where she helped lead our multi-county regions water policy for both rivers. She's secured millions in quagga mussel funding as well as drought relief funding. She has spent years on the Redwood Empire Fair Board. She has constantly given back to local youth in 4-H, local schools, and she has been dedicated to the cultivation of the next generation of female leaders here in Mendocino County. And people know if you want to get something done in Mendocino County, you go to Kerry Brown. And we are going to miss her deeply through thick and thin, whether it's our state's worst wildfires, our floods, through droughts, and now this pandemic. We could always count on Kerry Brown to deliver. She is incredibly kind. She will always tell you the straight story. She's constantly working, and she loves the land. She loves the land that her family has worked for over 4 decades. Supervisor Brown, this community, Member Wood and I, we love you. We are grateful for your incredible work, and it's been an honor to be able to work with you here on the Board of Supervisors. Mr. Chair, I now would like to be able to turn it over to Assemblymember Wood to say a few words. And good morning, Assemblymember Wood. Good to see you again.
See you, Senator McGuire, and thank you for the opportunity to say some words about Supervisor Brown. We're going to miss you. You've represented your district so well. You're a neighbor and a friend to those in your district. You're not just a politician, and your past service on so many organizations, including the Farm Bureau, will be missed. I know that you're not going away. I know that you'll continue to be active in your community, but you being the community member you are and so active in the things you've been, is where your power comes from, your ability to work with people, your ability to get things done. And it's not been an easy 3 terms. The 2017 fires impacted your district tremendously. But your advocacy, your kindness, your commitment made all the difference to your constituents in the wake of that tragedy. So I want to sincerely thank you for your work. And I know that we haven't seen the last of you. I know you're going to continue to be active. But I do want to point out something that a lot of people who may be watching may not really realize. I think people see your supervisors at these meetings, or not always just virtually, but in person, and think, oh, they only meet a couple of days a month. But the real work happens behind the scenes that lead up to these meetings, and all the committees and all the assignments, whether it's with CSAC or the California State Counties Association of Counties, all the various boards and commissions that Board of Supervisors belong to. I don't think the public really has an appreciation. It is a full-time, big-time, full-time job. And for 3 terms, we've been blessed to have Supervisor Brown there, and you'll be missed. I'd like to now go on to recognize Supervisor McCowen. He's in there somewhere, isn't he? Okay. It's hard to tell on these screens sometimes. I assume he's out there. But I want to say, it's interesting. I didn't know this until we did a little research, but Supervisor McCowen is a 5th generation resident of Ukiah. 5th generation of anything is notable, especially here in California. Before being a supervisor, he was a gardener, a landscaper, a house painter, a property manager. He's done a little bit of everything. He was a city council member, tireless community volunteer, board member, nonprofit supporter. Contributions that he has made to the people of Mendocino County have been invaluable, and he's made a lasting impression on those with whom he has been associated. It's been an honor to work with you, Supervisor McCowen. I want to thank you for your exemplary public service and your achievements. And I look forward to working with you in the future. Once again, I know you're not leaving us. You may not sit up at that dais, but people like Supervisors Brown and McCowen don't just fade away. They'll be there to work with us and remind us if we stray off the path somewhere. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and turn this back to Senator McGuire.
Thank you so much, Assemblymember Wood, and well said. Supervisor McCowen, we are so incredibly grateful for your work on behalf of this county. It is because of that 5 generations, as the Assemblymember just said, because of his family's commitment, 5-generation commitment to call this county in Ukiah home, that he's taken this commitment on the Board of Supervisors so seriously. Supervisor McCowen has constantly given back through his adult life. He's given back through his tenure on the Ukiah City Council and dedicating 12 years to this Board of Supervisors. Supervisor McCowen puts his money where his mouth is. He's invested in so many of our beloved Mendocino County nonprofits who bring positive change to this community each and every day. And Supervisor McCowen has also put his money through where his mouth is through his actions. You can constantly see the supervisor out in the greater Ukiah community and volunteering, whether it's river cleanups, graffiti cleanups, and volunteering at local nonprofits. Volunteering is part of who he is. And I want to say a personal thank you to Supervisor McCowen for your commitment to the Great Redwood Trail. Let's just be honest, there have been some bumps while we have had this transition. And the supervisor has been a champion now to be able to get this project done. What I have always appreciated about Supervisor McCowen, whether it's my time working with him on the Board of Supervisors in Sonoma County or now here with Assemblymember Wood in the legislature, you could always count on Supervisor McCowen's blunt feedback, and you always know if he takes on an issue, he will run it 100% because he has some of the best work ethic that I've seen in any other public servant. Supervisor McCowen, we're going to miss you. Congratulations. Know that there is this next chapter that you're going to be championing, and we're grateful to have been able to partner with you over these past many, many years. Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you, and we are so incredibly grateful that you would allow us this opportunity to be able to say a few words on behalf of these two members of the Board of Supervisors.
All right, thank you very much, Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Wood. I'd like to turn to Angelo at this moment.
Thank you, Chair Hashak. All I wanted to add was we do have a short video from Congressman Huffman that did not get in with this agenda item, but it is part of this agenda. From Congressman Huffman to join Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Wood in honoring and recognizing Supervisor Brown and Supervisor McCowen. So I think that video might be teed up. Thank you.
Congratulations to my friend Carrie Brown for 35 years of service to the people of Mendocino County. Carrie, I have really appreciated working with you these past 8 years as a county supervisor. And I think the fact that, like John McCown, you're a fifth-generation Mendocino County resident, a rancher, such deep roots in this community. It just makes you an amazing voice for your constituents. I've appreciated the fact that you are so knowledgeable on agriculture and water issues when it comes to the Eel and Russian Rivers and Potter Valley issues. You have just been such an authority and, frankly, such a problem solver. So I'm going to miss working with you, but I know you're not going too far and you're still going to be around. So thank you for an incredible time working together, and best wishes in your retirement. Congratulations.
All right, very good.
Congratulations to my friend, County Supervisor John McCown, on your retirement. More importantly, thank you for an amazing 30 years of service to the people of Mendocino County. I've enjoyed working with you my entire 8 years in Congress. You have been the representative of your district on the Board of Supervisors, and I have come to appreciate the substance that you bring to this work, the dedication. I think a lot of that springs from your deep roots in Mendocino County. So amazed that you're a fifth generation Ukiah resident. No one knows this county better than John McCown. And that body of knowledge and dedication is something I'm going to continue to count on, John. Even though you think you're retiring, I know we're going to be in touch and we're going to continue to work together to serve this community. But thanks for everything you've done and congratulations.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone from the board who'd like to say anything? Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, Chair. Well, just as Assemblymember Wood referenced and Senator McGuire referenced the unexpected tragedy of the 2017 fires and how when people run for office, things, tragedies happen and you have to deal with them and they're not necessarily among the work that you expected to take on when you run for office. I just want to take us back in time a little bit to when Supervisors Brown and McCowen probably first decided to run for supervisor in 2007. There was no Great Recession at that point. The county of Mendocino wasn't running major budget deficits, but by the time they took office in January of 2009, they came into an organization that was in a fiscal freefall. The county they came into had a mere $7 million in all reserves, general fund plus state funds, et cetera. Nothing really for a $300 million organization. And they were forced to bring in some staff changes and some severe budget cuts that they didn't, I'm sure, want to do. They had to cut salaries 10%, eliminate 24% of the county workforce. And for the first several years of their tenure, I'm sure the vast majority of what they focused on was just sort of balancing the budget and restoring reserves. Here we are at the end of their term, and we have two new supervisors coming on in January, and they're handing off a county organization that's in a much better place than they found it when they came here. The county going into this recession had $37 million in reserves and was not deficit spending. And in fact, we did not actually run a deficit, amazingly, last fiscal year, in spite of the COVID shutdowns. So, you know, I think the fact that they had to deal with that crisis at the beginning of their terms meant that this organization was, they were determined to make sure this organization was in a better place for the people that succeeded them. And they succeeded in achieving that goal. So I want to thank both of them for their, you know, fiscal discipline and vision to, you know, take the hard decisions that were needed and not the shortcuts. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And I'd just like to say, you know, stepping into the chair role and being vice chair under Carrie Brown was, you know, it's a real pleasure having her to mentor me during this past year. And, you know, Carrie Brown, for me, emphasizes the public servant who just truly cares about her constituents and about the county she serves. And I often think that Carrie Brown probably knows more people in this county and this state than anyone else. She is amazing. And everywhere I go, I was told when I went to my first CSAC conference, Carrie Brown knows everybody. And sure enough, you know, everyone knew Carrie Brown, and stick with her. She has those contacts, and I think it's really, truly benefited Mendocino County to have her in that role of being our kind of our liaison with the state in so many ways. And just the heart that Carrie Brown exemplifies each and every day in her work is really incredible. And I think from Supervisor McCowen's, I totally appreciate the way that he studies the issues and he does his homework and he comes prepared to discuss the issues. And that for me is it's very commendable because he gets things done by knowing by doing the homework that he's done. And as a school teacher, I appreciate the students who do the homework. I appreciate a supervisor who does this homework. So I'll miss working with both of them. Anything else from our board? Okay, so we'll move on. We thank you. Oh, we have a video, I guess. No, we had the video. Is that it? Clerk of the board?
Yes, Chair Hashchak, I do believe that concludes the presentation.
Okay. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank all of you, our senator, our assembly member, our U.S. representative, for their salutes for my service, as well as Supervisor McCowen. And I just want to say, for me today, I'm overwhelmed with emotion. And it's quite a bit of emotion being my last meeting. So thank you all and appreciate all of your salutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor McCowen, did you want to say anything? He's still trying.
You're on mute, John.
He's still trying to unmute. Well, anyway, we will. We very much appreciate you, Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Wood. Thank you for your comments and your acknowledgement of the hard work and service that Supervisors McCowen and Brown have given to this county. So.
Chair Hashchak.
Supervisor McCowen.
Yes, I didn't realize I was had been muted when we went on the break, I guess. Well, I would like to thank Senator McGuire, Assemblymember Wood, Congressman Huffman. Mendocino County and the North Coast region has been very fortunate to have such dedicated public servants. I believe without question, and I've been following these things pretty closely for quite a few decades. Without question, we have the most dedicated, hardest working, effective representatives at the state and federal level that we have ever had. They work well together. They work well with their colleagues, and they work very effectively on behalf of Mendocino County. So it's a little humbling to have them come forward to acknowledge the service of Supervisor Brown and myself. They've stated a lot of very kind words, and I think looking at it objectively, Supervisor Brown and myself have pretty well dedicated most of our adult lives to public service. And I don't think there's really anything that we've been trying to get out of it for ourselves. I think, like virtually everyone motivated to come forward to serve their community in these positions, we're simply trying to make a difference, help the people, and hopefully leave the county in a little bit better shape than when we found it. And I'd like to thank Supervisor Jurdy for his comments regarding the fiscal stability of the county, which we found out in 2009, we were on very thin ice. We had a tiny reserve. It was difficult to build those reserves and pay down debt during the recession, the Great Recession. We did that. I certainly encourage the board to stay on the path that we're on, of being mindful of the need to have the county be on a fiscally sustainable basis. Otherwise, we threaten our ability to deliver the services that people rely on. Again, thank you very much for all of the kind words.
All right, with that, thank you, Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Wood, and have a great day, and happy holidays to you.
Chair Hashtag, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. I do believe Assemblymember Wood has a year-end report to give.
Oh, yes. Okay. All right. Very good. We'll see you soon. Okay.
Well, I'll take that as a hint to be brief, Chair Hashtag. But I thank you very much for the invitation, the opportunity to give you a little presentation on the year end and kind of what we might be looking at in the year to come. Once again, thanks again to the service of Supervisor McCowen and Supervisor Brown, and I wish them the best. And I look forward to working with incoming Supervisor Mr. McGordy and also Mo Mulheron to move forward as they come forward in January. So. Also want to say a special shout out to the public health officers, Dr. Noemi Duan and Dr. Andy Corin, who have really had a tremendous responsibility that continues to go on and on, quite frankly, this year. And thank you for your work to help keep the residents of Mendocino County safe. And the efforts are not unnoticed. And thank you once again. It is really challenging to be a public health officer right now. We've seen a lot of challenges statewide. I just want to say publicly thank these two for their service and the incredible work that they're doing, and encourage people as I start out here is that while not everybody may agree, I believe science tells us that wearing a mask, keeping your distance, washing your hands, those are basic things that we can do to protect one another. And so those masks are not necessarily for you, they're for the people around you. And so I encourage people to do the right thing and wear masks when you're out within 6 feet of people, and wash your hands and keep socially distanced whenever that's possible. It's important for the public health of everyone. And I would say that, just in general, I am concerned as we see the spike in COVID. While people may be tempted to say, well, it's not in our community, there isn't as much of it here, I don't need to be as diligent. I think us who live in and represent rural communities need to be even more vigilant, because we have smaller hospitals, we have less resources, and if there is a spike of significant nature, our hospitals will become overwhelmed very quickly, and there aren't a lot of resources to back us up right now. We've seen in Humboldt County a horrible outbreak in a skilled nursing facility. Over 70 of the 87 residents have contracted COVID, staff members, and they're trying to get additional staff up there throughout the state. And it's been really, really difficult to attract LVNs to come and actually serve up in that area. So just say that, the more we can do to prevent an outbreak or a spike, the better off we're all going to be. And so I encourage people to do that. I know it's been a tough year for all Californians with COVID. I think a lot of us thought, well, this will be a couple weeks. We'll be in quarantine or sheltering at home. And here we are 10 months later, and we're in the worst of it that we've seen, and not necessarily the worst yet to come. So we've seen a lot of challenges with the wildfires, with public safety power shutoffs. In addition to COVID, we've also had a significant hit to our state budget, although not as bad as we once thought it was. It's still not good, and it will be a challenge for us. We really do need federal support and resources, and I hope that Congress can find a way to get that done before the end of the year. Benefits are expiring for people, and businesses are struggling, and we need all the help we can get. So it is a tremendous honor to work with such an incredible group of people that work well together. Congressman Huffman has been an incredible ally on so much, as is Senator McGuire. And I think we all bring something different to the table. I think the important thing is that we all work well together, and I believe we all work well with you, and we want to keep that going as forward as we go. Recognize that COVID has had a huge impact on our small businesses, and we're pushing for resources. Senator McGuire and I earlier this year pushed for distribution of some of the first batches of federal resources to our smaller communities. If you're a big county, you got the money directly. And if you're a smaller county like Mendocino or Humboldt or Trinity or Del Norte, we had to beg, borrow, and practically steal whatever we could get and claw to get what was just our proportional share of resources. And we'll continue to fight for that all along the way. Obviously, COVID has had a huge impact on students and education. The distance learning disproportionately hits smaller rural counties really hard. We have huge pockets of areas that do not have broadband access. And as such, I want to let you know that the senator and I have worked with the superintendent for public instruction, Tony Thurman, related to broadband. And while the big carriers are quick to jump up and offer discounted services for people who don't have access and don't have the resources to do that, where they're not quick to jump up is to help us with the infrastructure. And that's the critical piece of this here. So our Assembly Speaker, Speaker Rendon, is making broadband a high priority this year for the Assembly. And as such, there are a group of us who will be joining together as authors to push for more broadband infrastructure deployment throughout the state. So more to come. It's early in the session, but there are a group of legislators from throughout the state working on this in the coming year. We had significant research. I believe we had some significant successes this year, although very much scaled back from what we normally would have been able to do. My committee, as the Health Committee, typically sees about 150 bills a year. We only were able to see 36 and hear those this year. So a very, very different way of working. We expect that we will see fewer bills in the coming year. It'll likely be more than 36, but because we'll have more time to actually do hearings, we probably won't be locked out for as long a period as we were. But suffice it to say, a big focus will be on economic recovery, on COVID, and all the things associated with that going forward in this coming year. In 2020, we were fortunate enough to have a bill passed. I know that as someone who represents a rural area and access to healthcare is a challenge, getting more primary care providers to our community was important to me. We passed a bill, AB 890, was signed by the governor, that will allow for nurse practitioners to provide primary care, provided that they meet certain criteria, experience, under having been supervised by physicians. I believe, while not a magic bullet, that this will help in a lot of communities to provide basic primary care services to people in our communities. So I myself have had incredible positive experiences with nurse practitioners, and feel comfortable that with the right training experience, that they can and will do an excellent job in providing some primary care to residents of Mendocino County. We did have a bill that was passed. We worked on a couple of things related to after we came back on COVID. One was the ability for pharmacists to give COVID vaccines. That bill was passed and signed by the governor. And the important point of that is that, pharmacists actually give flu shots now. They give other kinds of vaccinations. The ability to have as many hands on deck to be able to give vaccine to those who are able to take it and willing to take it will be really important. The challenges in distribution and vaccination, but just the sheer numbers of people will push us to the limit. And while I was talking about that, Governor Newsom unveiled a program we're calling Vaccinate 58, and that for each of our 58 counties to do everything we can to do outreach and ensure that everybody who can and wants to get vaccinated will get vaccinated. The first tranche of vaccines is coming to individual counties. I'm not positive if it's arrived in Mendocino County to date, but I know it is on the way, and vaccinations are beginning throughout the state. They're being distributed based on population and other criteria, and the first people to receive vaccines are going to be frontline healthcare workers and those in long-term care facilities, so the people who have been affected the most by this. So more to come on that. And Senator McGuire and I have been fortunate to be working with the administration. As a matter of fact, we were together on a call with the governor on Sunday regarding vaccinations, and we'll continue in that vein to make sure that our communities get our proportional share as quickly as possible. Obviously, with regards to skilled nursing facilities, we had a bill that did a couple of things. It'll institutionalize or codify reporting requirements for deaths in skilled nursing facilities, so we can better manage the data and understand where outbreaks are happening and where people are passing away. And also, what that bill does is provide for a full-time infection control person in a skilled nursing facility. And typically, they're part-time positions, but we feel very strongly that infection control, whether it's this pandemic or future pandemics, is critical. And so there will be a full-time infection control person, specialist within all skilled nursing facilities. And we continue to look for other ways to make improvements. 2021 will also be a year where I'm working closely with Senator McGuire on wildfire prevention and preparedness. He's spearheading efforts in the Senate. I am doing likewise in the Assembly, and we're working together on this so that we can collectively put bills on the governor's desk that we hope will improve prevention efforts and things like prescribed burns and other things that will help us in the future. So hopefully we'll see some progress on that. We did, my Assembly Health Committee held 3 informational hearings this year relating to healthcare. Improving access is always the top of the list for me. Affordability is a big component of that. The costs associated with healthcare continue to rise at twice the rate of inflation. Inflation, not, well, for some of us it might feel like inflammation. but inflation, and it is unconscionable that no wonder that people can't keep up with the cost of healthcare when it's rising at such a rapid rate. Also, information exchanges so that we can be sure that the right information is available to people when they might pop into an emergency room or another healthcare setting, so that you can get the best quality care. And then the final piece of that is around consolidation and what that means to the marketplace and the costs associated with that. So obviously the entire year has been an unusual year. A lot of things we would do in person or not. I live in Sonoma County, and so we are now at on shelter at home. And so, you all have a little bit more freedom right now in Mendocino County than we do. But I hope that you will stay at home as much as possible. Wear your masks when you're out, and wash your hands frequently. So with that, I'd love to just pass on and say thank you for the opportunity. As you see challenges moving forward, the sooner you reach out to us, myself, Senator McGuire, the better, so that we can address those issues. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to work with your sheriff, Sheriff Kendall, your Chief Administrative Officer, Carmel Angelo, and so many others within the county there. With that, I'll turn it back. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those. And if not, I'm happy to let you get on with your meeting.
Well, thank you, Assemblymember Wood. Certainly, I'll start it off with a couple. One is I appreciate your words about CAL FIRE. You know, the work that CAL FIRE did was so important. The vegetation management work they did beforehand, and the governor's list of the highest priority areas in our county, and the work that we were able to do beforehand really was critical for the success of the evacuation and everything in the Oak Fire, especially. And then we have the August fire, which is 4 times bigger than the second biggest in the history of our state. So we've had those huge crises in our county, and I think whatever we can do to help CAL FIRE do more vegetation management, like you said, prescriptive burns and so forth, is very much appreciated. And the other is, cannabis, and we appreciate, I'll speak on behalf of Supervisor Williams, is that we appreciate your involvement and your continued interest in trying to resolve the issues that we face with the state and the permitting process. So I'm sure you haven't heard the last of us on that. So anyway, thank you.
If I had heard the last of you, you wouldn't be doing your job, Supervisor.
All right. So let's see, Supervisor Brown.
Yes, and thank you. Assemblymember Wood, you've done outstanding work in helping us throughout the years and the different disasters we've gone through. Talk about broadband. That's why I'm not on Zoom, can only be on the phone. So you think of all the individuals in rural areas and probably urban as well that either do not have broadband ability or cannot afford it. So as we go into the future, I just want you to know I will continue to give input and appreciate that you will hear it, and I know try to help me understand, what legislation is going on, how it will benefit Mendocino County and all rural counties as well. But I do want you to know that I have not gone away. And thank you very much.
You better not. We need you. We need you, Carrie.
Supervisor McCowen.
Thank you, Chair Haschek. Assemblymember Wood, thank you again for all of your service. I want to highlight that you were instrumental in helping move CAL FIRE along and keep the process moving to do significant work in the western hills of Ukiah and elsewhere in the Ukiah Valley. I think in a record amount of time, a project was conceived and substantially implemented that will keep our communities much safer in the future. Fortunately, we weren't tested in these areas in the last year. Supervisor Hasek did mention how the work that was done in the Brook Trails area was instrumental in safe evacuation of that area. So again, thank you and Senator McGuire for taking a lead on wildfire prevention and preparedness. It's much appreciated. One kind of maybe dirty little secret that was revealed in the August fire, whereas CAL FIRE has a philosophy of, we will put the fire out. We will save homes, we will save lives, but we will put the fire out. This does not seem to be the approach of the Forest Service. They will save homes, they will save lives. They don't see it as their job to put the fire out. And is there any initiative at the state level to attempt to get the federal agencies to change their approach to wildfire?
Well, I think that at this point, there is a memorandum of understanding now between the state and the federal government regarding some policies related to how the two entities handle fire differently. I would say that there will be, as with a change in administration at the federal level, we are likely to see some changes on the ground with the Department of Interior and how they handle things. And so my hope is that we can begin to work more closely hand in hand. But you do correctly point out that there are definitely two different philosophies of fire, how fires are handled. And the Forest Service has long taken the approach of if it's not endangering homes, we're going to let it burn. That can create real challenges in the wildland-urban interface when CAL FIRE's jurisdiction is there. And so we are seeing more cooperation in areas like that, where the jurisdictions are close together with one another, because it isn't really in the Forest Service best interest to let a raging fire roll over into the county, or to this CAL FIRE's area, where it's their jurisdiction. That'd be like the ultimate passing of the buck. But so there is more cooperation there. Is it perfect? No, we've got a ways to go, and we will see how the memorandum of understanding between the state and the feds go, and then what a new administration brings. But I do want to say, to take off my hat to CAL FIRE once again for their amazing efforts this year, and Sheriff Kendall as well for all that he did during these fires. And he seemed to be everywhere all the time, and you're very fortunate to have these folks on your behalf.
Thank you. I appreciate progress is being made. I do want to underscore the problem. So the August fire raged out of control across Forest Service lands. Some of the efforts of the Forest Service actually made the fire worse. I won't go into that detail right here, but when it crossed from federal to state responsibility area, CAL FIRE inherited a fire burning on, I believe it was a 100-mile front, and some of it bearing down directly on populated areas. And again, it's a tribute to the dedication, the skill, the commitment of CAL FIRE. They were able to substantially contain that fire and very effectively limit the amount of damage to private property. So again, thank you for working on that issue. I want to touch on cannabis just a bit. As we know, the deadline to secure a state annual license is January 1st, 2022. aside from the current impasse between Mendocino County and the state agencies, I believe it's simply unrealistic to think that the state agencies are going to be able to effectively process applications by the January 1st, 2022 deadline, if I have that right. Is there a bill, or would you have intentions of submitting a bill to legislatively extend that deadline?
At this point, first of all, thank you, and I'm well aware of that. We have been, Senator McGuire, my staff, his staff, have been working behind the scenes with CDFA, with the administration to try to come up with some solutions there. You know, a lot of things we not necessarily have to have a bill to accomplish things. A great amount of work that I've done over the years actually is behind the scenes through budget negotiations and work with the administration. And so you know, a bill is kind of the last resort if you can't get there. And so at this point, I know the senator and I are committed to working with the state to try to help alleviate this. But it's also incumbent on the county to continue to do everything they can as well. And I know that there's always challenges between different agencies. Often you probably got, I'm sure you have issues between the city and the county on a variety of different things. And so it's just important that everybody continue to work together and hopefully doesn't necessitate the need for a bill. I would say that the administration has, in general, been very judicious about extending deadlines for a variety of things because of the pandemic, and I'm sure that that they will be giving all options considerable consideration as we go forward. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Journey.
Thank you, Senator Wood. As you mentioned, there will be a new administration coming in DC, and there's obviously a strong connection to the administration to California. And I'm just wondering, is there been talk in the Assembly, in the Senate, in the governor's office about how the state of California might propose initiatives that maybe we've tried to foster here in California at the federal level? And in particular, I'm curious if there's any focus on things that don't necessarily have a high price tag, because, you know, whether or not the control of the Senate tips one way or the other, it's going to be in very narrow control of the Senate regardless, and there may not be significant new federal funds. So it seems like there might be a focus on policy amendments or procedures of the federal government that might be put into place that don't necessarily trigger major new expenditures by the federal government.
Well, one major expenditure I would love to see the federal government do is actually to cut loose some significant resources for broadband. I know that that's been a focus of Congressman Huffman, as well as myself and the senator. And so I would consider that not necessarily an investment, more of the, and not think of it so much as an expenditure. You got to spend the money, but an investment in the future vitality of our counties for education, for economic development, and for healthcare. I think where we have potential opportunities, and I will just cite one particular because I know it well, is if Attorney General Javier Becerra is actually appointed as the Health and Human Services Secretary. I've had the honor of working with the Attorney General last year on a bill that he sponsored through my committee related to generic drugs and pay for delay tactics that big drug makers use to keep those drugs from getting to the market sooner. And so his knowledge of the healthcare space, his position, if he is confirmed, his knowledge of the Affordable Care Act, because he was one of the authors of that, I think will be really valuable. And so these are things that there may be tweaks in policy and things that can make a big difference for the quality and access to care that people have. But we are going to struggle with revenue, and that is going to be a challenge. And so my hope is that some of these relationships that we have with people who would be going to Washington, D.C. will pay dividends in a way that may not be as apparent early on to people, but have long-term impacts on the quality of their life.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Williams.
We put together a plan for broadband. I think it's arguably our county's most credible plan, just the level of detail and reasonable cost estimates. I understand the state wasn't able to fund it, and part of that is we basically asked for the whole pool of money, and there are a lot of other counties with projects. But the reality is we will never be competitive on a per house basis. We may be a multiple of other counties due to terrain, the lack of middle mile, backhaul, last mile. I think the cost to wire up most of the unserved in our county has come in at over $500 million. What can we do to help you make a case and convince your colleagues to fund this?
Well, first of all, thank you for your comments. And as I said, there will be a major push on, there will be a major push on broadband this year. It's a priority of the speaker. And I know it's a priority of Congressman Huffman and actually Congressman Thompson as well, who represents who used to represent this area, but now represents more Napa and Lake County. And so part of it is going to be resources. It's going to take, even if all the resources, were made available immediately, the planning, the implementation, the building out of the infrastructure is going to take time. So it's not just one-shot resources, it's sustained funding for programs. We also need to cut some red tape. The PUC has not been our friend on a lot of these issues, and we need to push back there as well. But I think what you're going to see, and while I can't wave a magic wand and say, at the end of the year, everyone will have broadband, I think you're going to see that we're going to lay the path, begin the implementation of a major infrastructure push in the state. And we may, as part of our work, one of my colleagues, ironically from Southern California, in an area that he represents areas that are underserved. So we think of Mendocino County in particular because of the geographic challenges we have and the landscape challenges. But there are a lot of areas in large urban areas that are underserved as well. And so when we get those legislators from urban Los Angeles counties or other high population counties striving to improve service for their underserved, now we're in business, because prior to that push, we have been kind of like a voice in the wilderness out here, and out of sight, out of mind to a lot of my colleagues. And so now that I guess if there's anything good that's come out of COVID, and I can't think of anything, quite frankly, but one positive for us moving forward is that there's a huge awareness on the need for robust broadband throughout the state. And that's why we're seeing members from Southern California engaging on this issue now in a way that they haven't in the past. And so one of the things that will likely be coming, I know the bill has been introduced and I'm going to co-author the bill, is a bond measure for deployment of broadband throughout the state. So what that looks like, size, and how it's going to be distributed will all remains to be seen. But to get a Southern California member who's willing to introduce a bond on broadband is a huge step in the awareness of what it is as a challenge statewide. So I look forward to that. And I would just say, please reach out. I have an amazing staff. You all know Emily and Ruth in our district office there in Ukiah. Reach out. We will do everything we can to keep you aware of what we're working on, and be an active part of this. All we want is our fair share, and we're fighting every day to make sure we get our fair share, and that's an uphill battle sometimes, let me tell you. But here you have Supervisor Williams, and we'll continue to push on this. And it's a mutual. We'll keep each other informed and work together and hopefully solve it.
Thanks for being here. Looking forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you.
All right, let's turn to public comment. Deputy Clerk of the Board, are there any public comments?
Yes, there is public comment for this item, Chair Haschak.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Chair Haschak, we have no public comment for this item. It was for the COVID update.
Oh, okay, very good. Well, Assemblymember Wood, thank you very much. Hope you have happy holidays. Great.
Wish you all the best, and thank you very much. Let's continue battling together. That's how we win these things. So thank you so much.
And it's going to be a better new year.
Absolutely, absolutely. Looking forward to 2021 like I've never looked forward to a new year.
Right. Okay. Take care.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay. So it's noon. Can we wrap up 5B quickly, or do we need to come back to it? We have, well, let me say this. Do we have Nash Gonzalez on the line still?
Yes, Nash Gonzalez is on the line.
Yeah. Good morning, or afternoon now. Could you do your presentation quickly?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I'll be very brief. So at this point, the county is to receive 975 doses of the Pfizer vaccine this week. You've heard Dr. Corin talk about the second allotment. That's still somewhat questionable, but we're also looking at 400 doses of the Moderna vaccine to be arriving at the county next week. As of this morning, we have not yet received our county's allotment, but we are anxiously awaiting. So to prepare for the mass vaccination effort, yesterday the county conducted a tabletop exercise with our operational partners that included the hospital, Adventist Health, clinics, city managers, law enforcement, EMS, fire, schools, and so on. And the purpose was to provide an overview of the two vaccines as well as an overview of the mass vaccination plan. And so the plan has been submitted to the state, which again allows us to receive our allocated allotments. Okay, one of the goals of the plan that we discussed was storage and distribution, as well as the administration of the vaccine. So in essence, what we worked through was the logistics of administering the vaccine. So for those of you that have heard or not heard, Pfizer requires 2 doses, the first one, and then 21 days later, the second dose is administered. Moderna requires the first dose, and then within 28 days, the second dose is administered. And so, again, I think as Becky has pointed out, or as Dr. Corin has pointed out, the overall plan calls for 5 phases of rollout. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I think Becky is on the line and she may be able to add to this or answer any specific questions that may come up. But this is, again, a quick overview of where we are right now. Again, anxiously awaiting on the vaccines to arrive and anxiously awaiting to begin the administration.
Okay, thank you. Becky Emery.
Supervisor Haschak, I could certainly be available for any questions. I can also just share really quickly that we have testing continuing and are working to disperse those testing opportunities throughout Mendocino County, including the traveling team and the second lane of Optum. Additionally, clinics are receiving their color kits and are able to send those directly to the lab in Valencia, and those are rolling out as well. And so we are continuing to anxiously await multiple opportunities for Mendocino County and working to implement the ones that we have.
All right, thank you very much. We have a couple public comments. So let's take those public comments and then we will come back. We will go to lunch after the public comments, and we will come back, continue this after. So, Deputy Clerk, are there any public at this point?
Yes, we've brought in Tina Rose.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Rose. Good afternoon. Ms. Rose? Okay, do we have Ms. McNerlin?
Yes, we do.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here.
Okay, good afternoon, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I know this isn't part of this agenda item, but I just want to recognize Supervisor Brown and McCowen for all the great work they've done. And I've been fortunate enough to serve on LAFCO with each of them. And while we do disagree sometimes on issues, I respect them and their thought and consideration and expertise and experience they have. And they're really going to be missed on this board and working on different boards in this community. But I hope to see them still involved, and I'm sure I will. My comment on this issue is I would like to know where the teachers fall into line for vaccination. As you know, Dr. Corin stated that school guidelines are to protect not only the children, but, quote, more importantly, the staff. So we know that this virus is much more harmful to adults than it is children, and children really haven't been the spread of it. So I'd like to see the county public health prioritize teachers getting this when it hits the public. I understand our first line responders are first in line and should be. And after that, we need to protect the elderly, but we also need to get our children back into school. And I really think the teachers should be a priority. And in line with that, I would also like to see contact tracing numbers, specifically if they are linked to any of the preschools or after school programs that we have right now. And if there have been any outbreaks linked to those, because we do have over 400 children in after school programs. And so we need to, and we have private schools in session. So we need to assess those and see if there are outbreaks there. So somebody could just please let me know where the teachers fall in line for vaccinations. I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, does anyone know the state guidelines on that question?
If I may, through the chair, the state is continuing to evaluate the ranking for teachers and are looking at moving them up. So that has not been finalized, but it is certainly part of the discussion. And we are aligning with the state guidance for the rollout in the vaccination process. So absolutely, our first round of vaccinations are going to those frontline healthcare workers, emergency room doctors, urgent care clinics. But certainly we'll be looking at teachers and other essential staff to continue moving forward.
All right, thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Chair Haschak, I think there was a second question that we didn't answer about the contact tracing and after school programs.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
As to the second question, I don't have that information with me, but I would have to get that.
Okay, Dr. Corin.
Yeah, it's a general answer, but I can say that for at least a month in our contact investigation and tracing, we have been trying to investigate the association of anyone who's positive if they have anyone in the household who is in a school or school-like program, like after care, after school care, that kind of thing. In fact, it was because, in part at least, and because of our motivation to do that, the state has developed its spot. I guess it's another part of the Cal Connect program, so that can be registered and traced. And I know that the state is very actively looking at this issue of transmissibility within schools. So beyond that, we don't have specific answers. That's a general answer. I'm sorry I don't have more.
All right, thank you. Deputy Clerk, are there any other public comments?
Yes, we do have Tina Rose back on the line.
Okay, good afternoon, Ms. Rose.
And Ms. Rose, you will just need to hit *6 in order to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I apologize. Good afternoon, Chair Haschak, Supervisors of the Board. My name is Tina Rose, and I'm a parent of 2 high school students enrolled in Fort Bragg High School. My children have been out of the classroom since March 17th, 2020, as I'm sure you all know. I prepared a lengthy statement that I was going to read, but you'll be happy to know it's shorter now. I apologize for having to circle back to this subject. I've been waiting for quite some time to speak today and grateful to have that opportunity now. The public expression by Superintendent Deb Kubin and Dr. Korn's update regarding the schools mirrored and addressed most of my comments and concerns regarding the guidance for schools. I look forward to seeing the new school guidance being issued with the specifics of the 50 contact and 4-week cohort recommendation being stricken from the county guidance, truly as soon as possible. We're not Los Angeles County. We are rural Mendocino County, and it would behoove us to follow form for similar school guidance within our Northern California region and surrounding counties. There is current inequity in education and disparity. All the students in your county need to return to the classroom to the greatest extent possible. The guidance issued on November 12th severely restricted that ability, specifically to secondary students. Those are your middle school and high school students. There are many factors that go into getting them back into the classroom. I'm glad to hear today that this specific roadblock to my children's, as well as every other child in Mendocino County's education, will be redlined. I eagerly await to see that in writing and published on the county website. This will be a huge step in the right direction to help the students in your county. Thank you for your time, consideration, and service to our county.
All right, thank you. Are there any further public comments?
No, Chair Hashtag, there are not.
Okay, let's bring it back to the board then, if we can wrap it up quickly so that we can go to closed session. Are there any other additional comments from the board?
Chair Haschek?
Yes, Supervisor McCowen.
Well, I do have, a few things to go over yet. Do you want to try and go for those now or come back after closed session?
Well, we need, let's deal with them now. If you could be,
okay.
Are they questions or comments? Actions?
Well, I think I would like more information and perhaps questions. But first, a bit of a comment. The surge that we're experiencing now is what we prepared for in March, beginning in January. Actually, our staff began working on it. We were at that time told we would have 36,000 cases, 3,600 hospitalizations, 1,800 in ICU, 450 deaths. The only question, do you want that all at once, or do you want to try and spread it out over a year so you don't overwhelm the healthcare system? So a lot of work was done. We heard talk earlier of if ICU gets overloaded. I think that was the concern. If ICU gets overloaded, we might look at mortuaries or the fairgrounds. I'd like to ask the status of the alternate care site that I thought was prepared. So do we still have a functional alternate care site, and what use would it be put to if needed?
So through the chair, we do currently still have an alternate care site and have been utilizing it for individuals that are in isolation and or quarantine that are not able to do so at home. The alternate care site is not staffed for hospitalized individuals, and it does not have the required approvals for that level. So we have had to limit the care there to those individuals who would be otherwise at home and not able to isolate or quarantine safely in their own home.
Thank you. Although I'll note originally it was intended that this could be a venue for people who could be triaged out of a hospital setting to make room for more critically ill. So that appears to have changed. So we have 16 regularly identified ICU beds. We have heard Adventist Health consistently say they can surge to 45, which is the surge plan. But they also, and this I believe was at our last meeting on December 8th, Adventist Health said with current personnel, they could surge to 45. Now, of course, that'd mean they're shutting down elective surgery and making other changes, but there seems to be a bit of a disconnect between could they surge to 45 with current personnel, or would they have to bring in additional personnel from outside of Mendocino County, which, as we know, are in short supply and there's demand for them nationwide. So do we have a definitive answer? Can Adventists currently staff 45 ICU beds if needed? They say they can.
Dr. Korn, you're on mute.
Thank you. Yes, Supervisor McCowen, they have stated that they have the ability to staff the 45 beds and up to 200 beds totally. And the only thing we can do is look at that. We have reviewed their plans, and we'll just have to see how that goes. We can't micromanage them, but they have a fairly good plan. I just don't know if that's really going to be enough. Many other counties have a lot more, and if we are the object of a lot of transfers, it could even overwhelm those numbers. So, you know, all the plans from the past and the knowledge of the past, the future is the testing ground for that.
Correct. Also, I believe I've heard the state has 11 surge facilities that they've developed. And are those being used? Do you know? And if not, why not? Because wouldn't that relieve the pressure on the healthcare system?
Some of them are being set up in Southern California. Others are dispersed, as I understand it, around the state. I don't know which ones are set up or not. We do not have one in the county at this time.
Correct. And wouldn't it make a lot more sense for patients in Southern or Central California to be transferred to the state surge facilities rather than shipped all the way up to Northern California? And perhaps that's why regionally we still have a 29% ICU capacity.
Maybe more sense. I just don't know that that's what's going to be possible. I think we need to be on alert. I think we need to do whatever we can to hold this horrible pandemic in check. And I think we all agree. Our hospital partners are really the experts in how to hospitalize, both those that are here and the ones in Southern California, where to transfer them. I just know that usually there is a transfer from hospitals that are overloaded to those that are not. And my concern is because we have some availability that it could easily be swallowed up by transfers. It won't be easy for the southern states and areas to have these tents set up quickly. And maybe I'm wrong, but I think that the threat to our facilities is very clear and present, and I think we need to be attentive to that.
Well, I don't disagree, but my understanding is these state surge facilities have been set up, and the concern, without reiterating all the different factors, it's not clear that there's really a tight level of coordination between local, regional, and state authorities on these issues. So that's a concern. And I would hope we would attempt to work more closely with the state to get information about what their intentions are, what their capacity is, and what are their intentions in terms of utilizing the state surge facilities rather than potentially overloading local healthcare providers. And then I guess my final question, and you know, we really are in a terrible situation with the surge, with concern that people are not falling in line in adhering to the guidance, the orders to avoid gatherings. That, I think, personally, correct me if I'm wrong, in my view, people avoiding gatherings, avoiding close contact with non-household members would be the number one thing that they could do to help us get through this. The message doesn't seem to be getting through. You expressed earlier that we're issuing orders and people are not following them. There seems to be building resistance to that. And I think part of that is people are hitting COVID fatigue, but I think part of it too is some of the orders are perceived as unreasonable. For instance, I saw that San Francisco has just approved 2 friends could take a walk together if they mask and if they social distance. Well, who would think that they couldn't if they were doing it safely? So I guess that's more a statement than a question, but it's a huge concern. So what, if anything, is the state doing or could do to help us get people to adhere to the avoidance of gatherings?
Well, if you want me to answer that, there's no question that gatherings have been a problem. And looking ahead during the holiday season, the gatherings are going to be a huge problem. They have been a much bigger problem every time we come near a holiday. And I can't say what the state can actually do to enforce that. Clearly, if it's obvious and big, they could bring law enforcement in. But you see, there's a difficulty in doing that, even in our own county. I think that it's important to understand that it is also small community spread that may not be as visible, but actually probably accounts for far more of the spread. And I don't think we need to split hairs. Gatherings has to stop if it can. And it's very hard in the holiday season to tell people not to have family over or friends over. We do it. But the more forcefully we do it, the more people think that it's unwarranted and they want to break out of that restriction. So it's a difficult, sociological problem. And I don't know what the answer is, actually. I'm confused myself.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, maybe what?
If I could interject, it seems, and we'll come back to you in a second, Supervisor McCowen. It seems to me that we're pushing our public health officer to loosen up and give more latitude to businesses. And you've heard that there isn't any enforcement against these private gatherings, and there won't be. And then at the same time, we're trying to hold them responsible if we can't handle the surge of cases that are likely to come. I think we're putting public health in an impossible position that if we get too many cases, too many hospitalizations, we're going to look at public health and ask why didn't you do anything? You saw this coming. And if public health tries to do something proactive, we say, hey, you're putting restrictions in place. We don't want restrictions. I'm not clear what a public health officer can do with this mix of messages coming from the board.
Okay, and let's wrap it up. Supervisor McCowen, do you have one last thing to say?
I did, and I got derailed a bit with that last comment. So the comment that I wanted to make, Dr. Koren, I believe the surge that we're seeing, the tremendous ramping up of numbers, given the timing, it appears to me to be a direct consequence of people traveling, mixing, gathering over the Thanksgiving holiday. And again, the fear is this same thing will happen if people throw caution to the winds and say, well, I don't care, I'm going to Aunt Martha's for Christmas, we've always done it. It's a huge concern that if that occurs, we could see another doubling of the daily case count. is that an accurate assessment of a predictable consequence if people insist on having these holiday gatherings? Is it realistic to think we could be looking at another doubling?
If I may jump in, I would really appreciate the opportunity, Supervisor McCowen, to respond to that. You said something really insightful when in the beginning of your presentation that brought us back into a time in history. What you said is we would have this many cases and this many deaths and this many emergency department visits over the course of a year unless we slowed the spread and we flattened the curve, which we did. And we all know in Mendocino County what we did because we did it. So if we look back on what we did in the beginning of the summer, that flattened the curve and slowed the spread. So we're in a position now, if we ask the hospital to tell us how many emergency department visits, how many hospitalizations have you had since the beginning of COVID, due to COVID, we could see if that all happened in 1 month, we could see what would happen and why we would be in surge tents in parking lots. So right now we have the opportunity to stop it again, to stop the spread, to slow. We know what to do. In fact, we're much more educated. We even have a vaccine coming. So Mendocino County knows what to do. It's just extremely, extremely hard to do it. And it comes at great individual and personal cost. So this is the situation we're in. If we don't slow the spread and flatten the curve, we're gonna have exactly what you started out saying, Supervisor McCowen. All of it's going to happen all at once. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Duhan. With that, I think we understood the point. Is there any other comments from the board before we end this item and go to lunch? Okay, hearing none. We thank you, Dr. Corin, Dr. Duhan, Becky Emery, for all you're doing. And, happy holidays, and we hope that we can get control of this virus and that we stay healthy and safe. Okay, so thank you very much, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you.
And calendar or from the agenda that and that we will be going to closed session, and we will be dealing with items 9A and 9B. With that, the board will reconvene at 12:40 in closed session, and we will come back to open session at 1:30. All right. It's 1:35, and reporting out from closed session, we had items 9A and 9B, and direction was given to staff in both cases. Earlier today, I said that we had pulled item 5H, and I just would like to call on County Council to explain to the public where we are procedurally with this item 9 or 5H. Okay, County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So item 5H was a continuance of a notice public hearing on a rezone. I just want to explain a little bit for the benefit of the board and for the public. Yesterday afternoon, the applicant for the rezone through their attorney requested that the item be continued in a letter to the board. I believe at about 1 p.m. yesterday. There were some discussions about the proper mechanism and the best way to go ahead and do that. Because we don't have a calendar for next year, the staff was not able to come forward with a date and a recommendation as to a date certain on continuance. So what the department chose to do was to go ahead and withdraw the item and simply start the noticing process over to have the matter heard next year. Since the item has been announced as withdrawn, I wouldn't recommend taking any sort of action on the substance of it at this point. But just to make things a little bit clearer procedurally, it may be appropriate for the board just to take a quick vote to continue this item or acknowledge it as withdrawn and to be re-noticed and brought coming in the next calendar year.
Okay, so is there a
Chair
motion?
Haschak.
Yes,
Chair
Supervisor
Haschak.
McCowen.
Thank you. So do I understand you're simply asking formal action be taken, that the item will be continued to next year and will need to be renoticed? Is that the action that is sought?
Yeah, out of an abundance of caution, I would just recommend that as a procedural step at this point.
And of course, I can't comment on the substance of this particular item, but that does seem appropriate. And then would it be up to the applicant, since they requested the continuance, would they bear the cost of the renoticing?
I don't know that I want to answer that just off the top of my head. There's a few things I'd need to check, but I'm happy to work with the department and sort that out.
And it does seem odd. This had been on for November 3rd. And at the very last minute, they decide they need a continuance, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you. However, should I recuse myself from voting on this procedurally?
I think it would be prudent.
So then I will recuse myself from further participation on this item, given that I own property in proximity to the subject properties.
Okay, so any further discussion from the board, or is there a motion to be made?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. And I was starting to speak when Supervisor McCowen just came on. I move that this item be continued into 2021 and re-advertised for the public hearing.
I'll second the motion. So as I understand, the motion is for it to be reposted for a new public hearing.
Correct.
Correct. And I apologize, Supervisor Jurdy. I shouldn't have said continued, but the item be heard in the coming year. Thank you.
Okay, do I need to open this up to public comment? County Council?
That's an interesting question. This is a purely procedural step. It's probably better just to be on the safe side to open it up if there is any comment currently on the line.
Okay, are there any public comments, Deputy Clerk?
Chair, hashtag, we had 3 sign up, but they are not currently online. They may have got the message that the item was withdrawn or going to be withdrawn.
Okay, we will go back to the board then. We have a motion on the table. Okay, any further
Sir,
comment?
did I receive a second?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further comment, Deputy Clerk, could you do a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowen? Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor McCowen has recused himself. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Chair Hashtag.
Yes.
The motion carries with Supervisor McCowen recused.
Okay, very good. We're going to, okay, Supervisor McCowen, you can come back. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, agenda item number 6A, which is discussion and possible action, including introducing and waiving first reading of an ordinance creating Mendocino County Code Chapters 8.77, providing for the abatement of hazardous vegetation and combustible material to reduce fire hazards. Sponsor is Supervisor Brown. So Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as you all will remember, I was a one-person ad hoc with this assigned to me. And for the listening public, if they have not read the agenda summary, I'd like to go into it. As fire disasters become more common, the importance of improving preventative measures increases. The draft ordinance presented for consideration today most notably designates the maintenance of hazardous vegetation and combustible material on real property as a public nuisance and enables staff to obtain compliance through existing enforcement mechanisms, including administrative abatement and civil penalty. Mr. Scott Craddy, Executive Director of the Mendocino County Fire Safe Council, joined me in this endeavor. He has participated since July 2020 on the ad hoc committee and helped gather public and fire community professional input to assist in the development of the draft ordinance. This proposed ordinance provides flexibility that will enable the county to immediately address the most egregious cases and then build from there as resources become available. This approach is different than what we started out with and thought. However, after meeting with PBS and code enforcement staff, this made the most sense in terms of enforcement and the resources available to enforce. There is some new development. The Board of Forestry is currently working on a draft for fire safe regulations that, when passed, will cause a number of cities and counties to change what has been passed in their jurisdiction. Plus, there may be a provision that mandates all the jurisdictions gain the approval of the Board of Forestry for any such ordinance. And I know Sonoma County is concerned about this. In comments that have come in, I turned to the Mendocino County Farm Bureau comments, we also had comments from Bradford Ranch in Anderson Valley. But I would like to continue that in high wildfire areas, there needs to be community-based solutions for wildfire safety to effectively mitigate wildfires. Community-wide fire mitigation activities, along with individual homeowner efforts, such as shaded fuel breaks, defensible space, and clearing by roads are important. Property owners have experienced insurance non-renewals and cancellations in the wildland-urban interfaces throughout the state. I've been told insurance companies are not only looking at individual properties with owners acting in good faith with regards to fire mitigation efforts, but are also evaluating local jurisdictions that encourage adoption of ordinance that reinforce and strengthen existing state defensible state space mandates. I would like to turn now to Mr. Craddy and our county staff to speak further for introduction of the proposed ordinance if they so desire. So is Mr. Craddy in the room?
Okay, is Mr. Craddy on the line?
I believe I am. Yes, thank you.
Great. Okay. Go ahead.
So, I mean, I think Carrie did a great job of covering it. It's an important ordinance. I think working with representative from County Council, it's kind of a nice, clean framework that relies on existing county policies for hearing, for working out processes, and for if there are issues that need to come before the council. It is what we've created is kind of a process that needs to have another process following it. So what this does is it sets up a parameter, uses existing county processes for any hearings that come out of individual things, and sort of moves to the county building official to come up with the underlying process of exactly what and how you're going to enforce. So this is very much kind of the first step of a multi-step process is what I would point out. And the next thing would be getting a working group together, hopefully with the Fire Safe Council and maybe with CAL FIRE and a couple of the fire districts and the county building officials to design specifically, you know, how we enforce it, what the processes are, who are the people that are empowered to you know, issue an initial citation. So there's a lot left to do there. I would point out that there's a lot of opportunity to do it really well. I've been working with Marin on capturing some of the software that they've got for some of these processes, and they have in development some really super software to automate this kind of process. So I think that'd be a great place for the county to come in with the working group, is to start off with something that's as automated as possible from the get-go and provides an easy way for people to capture hazards that are out there, move them to the next level of review before the county has to do anything with them potentially. And then, you know, only in the most sort of egregious cases, then would something need to actually come to the county building official for them to decide whether they wanted to move to enforcement.
All right, thank you. And Mr. McAfee.
Thank you, Chair Hashak. This is Deputy County Counsel Michael McAfee. If I could just expand a little bit upon the comments that were already made, which I think were very informative and for the most part covered it. But to give a couple of additional technical comments that kind of explain this a little bit more. I helped with the drafting of it, so this is why I'm participating today. Supervisor Brown had mentioned that there are future rules coming down, and it mentioned that Sonoma County might be concerned. There might be other counties concerned too. One of the ways we developed this particular ordinance that you're looking at today is very simple but very broad, and with additional rules that might be passed, our ordinance would not need to be changed. Essentially, as Supervisor Brown said, this designates fire hazards as nuisances, and that can be as a result of a violation of an existing law or a law that gets created in the future. But it's also not limited to that. So again, it's very broad, but it would incorporate any laws that are out there and any laws that would be made. And it allows the building inspector, the chief building inspector to determine that it's a nuisance in part based on those existing laws. I also wanted to point out that it was, we designated the chief building official as the person to be in charge of this, in part because we don't have a fire chief. That would have been the more logical decision. And if and when that comes up, you can always change this to make provisions for that. But it seemed that the building official would be the most logical choice to be in charge of a program like this. There had been some things that I had heard about whether or not the fire districts or the various fire chiefs would be involved. I wanted to point out that this law before you is for the county. The fire districts are special districts. They're entities in and of themselves. We don't control them, and they can do things without the county. So this provides a structure for the county to address these issues. And it also creates flexibility so that the county can work with community organizations, including the fire districts, either through agreement or contract. But there, to the extent that community organizations, even such as the Fire Safe Councils, want to work with the county would be able to do that. But again, the county would retain all of its own authority to determine what needs to be done and when. And the last comment I wanted to make was that I did read the comments as well that came in yesterday and today from the Farm Bureau and from Bradford Ranch. And they made some points which I looked at. And if the board wished to change the language, I think for the most part, the language that was provided by Mendocino County Farm Bureau could be incorporated. However, I would want to add some additional language to hazardous vegetation to more clearly clearly put that into this. They mentioned, I think, forest land, pasture land, rangeland, TPZ. There would be an additional phrase that I'd like to present to the board if that's the direction that the board is going to go. And I think that's all the comments I had at the moment, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right. So I'll start it off with, hey, I'd like to just thank Supervisor Brown and everyone else who worked on this. Certainly, you know, this kind of ordinance is really called for in our county. Where, you know, if we have fire hazards, people want to know that the county is doing something to stop that, to abate those problems. So it's a huge problem throughout our county, I believe, and thank you for your work on it. I do want to go to this Farm Bureau memo, and I'm totally in support of incorporating their ideas into the ordinance because I think they have some very valid points. And certainly with the resource lands and definitions. And I guess my concern is about code enforcement and what we might do. Like, do we have enough staff to deal with this? Because it could conceivably, you know, get hundreds of calls. Because I can see that happening when fire season starts and people are seeing what's happening around them. And what do we do about properties that are deadbeat properties, such as in Brook Trails, where we have a lot of empty lots that aren't being taken care of? And how would we deal with those? So I guess that would be a question for either Supervisor Brown or Deputy Counsel McAfee.
And it may be comment from code enforcement staff as well. So I will turn to staff.
This is Deputy County Counsel Michael McAfee. I do not see any code enforcement staff in the room. I kind of wish they were there because they would be able to speak to this better than myself. In helping with code enforcement, oh, excuse me, it looks like John Burks is on. I just don't see him. And so I'll turn it over to him in a second. Actually, why don't we just go there first, John, if you wanted to take it, because I think you could explain this better.
Yes, hi, board. Thank you so much for including me in the conversation. Chair, if I may, we're certainly willing to address, you know, whatever the priorities the board feels is appropriate. But to be totally candid, you know, other than myself as a supervisor, we only have 3 code officers currently. We're looking to fill 2 positions. And needless to say, we're handling all of the current complaints that come into the best of our abilities, but we are currently in a system where we're prioritizing those based on board directive. And, you know, it's sometimes weeks before we're able to address them all. So just total transparency on our part, we're certainly willing, you know, to do this, but we would really need more resources or some clear direction of what you feel is appropriate, because we certainly don't want to drop the ball on this.
And this is Deputy County Counsel Michael McAfee again, if I could add to that. In drafting this, there had been a number of discussions about resources and how much funding might be given to fund something like this. And when, again, in drafting this, I looked to that and I tried drafting something that could be used as frequently or as infrequently as we had the ability to do so. This isn't a mandate, but it gives the power to the county to do something. So the more resources are there, the more efforts that can be put towards something like this. If it was passed today, obviously it could be used to address the most egregious cases. And the way that code enforcement has been doing it, in my experience, has been on a priority level that has been given to them by the Board of Supervisors. So I anticipated something like that to be done with this, where you can never have enough resources to do this sort of thing. And it would have to be done on a priority level, depending on how many resources the county had to dedicate to it.
Okay, so if I could just sum it up, that to have a really robust program of enforcement, then we'd either have to make it a high priority or put in more funds for that purpose.
If I may, Chair, it might be worth considering an independent structure for this, if that's something that the board would consider. Aside from the unit as it stands, again, I think you've summarized it correctly, but it may need its own sort of staffing level. I'm really not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Check.
Supervisor Williams.
Can we talk about what we're willing to give up in the budget to free up funds to carry this out? Because I don't think we have a pool of money unallocated. I think we're going to have to decide this is a higher priority than something else we're doing.
Well, is that something we need to do at this point, or is that something we do when we do the budgeting for this coming year?
My worry, maybe we can't get down to the fine details, but I think we would at least need to give a commitment. What we can't do is ask staff to carry out a new task without attaching budget. We can't come back and ask, why aren't you doing this? We directed you, if we don't provide the resources to get the job done.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, County Council.
So I would suggest that the board come back with some of the budgetary questions and some of the resource questions. We were, and Deputy County Counsel McAtee addressed this, but we were quite mindful in working on the language and trying to address this, that we really didn't know yet what amount of resources or to what degree the board was going to be looking to fund this effort or make this a priority over other code enforcement activities. So, we tried to draft this just so that we'd have a structure of the ordinance that would work with whatever level the board would decide. However, I do think we're going to need to sort of separately agendize an item that'll talk about the appropriate allocations of resources if we're going to be getting into that level. I very much appreciate that the board is mindful of the fact that simply passing the ordinance doesn't suddenly fix the problem, that the actual enforcement and the resources need to be there, but we may need to have that part of a future discussion.
And if I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. And that's why I came back to the board in September to ask that very question. And in my memory, I felt that the board said this will be a strong consideration as far as financial resources in the coming budget year. So, I felt I had your go-ahead. That's another reason why we changed directions than what we originally thought. When I viewed other ordinances, other county ordinances around the state and the funds that it took to drive the program. So, I think it's important that this be a separate agenda item coming up in the new year. And when budget is talked about, it should be on the top of the list. So that's my recommendation. I also believe that we need to incorporate some of the definition changes suggested by the Mendocino County Farm Bureau. And then I also wanted to take note of one comment they made, which includes language related to dead trees. and their statement for properties managed for timber purposes, there are existing forest practice rules that restrict dead tree removal, even dead trees in certain situations. And I think this is why the Board of Forestry is taking up their rulemaking at this time. So some of that language may depend on what the Board of Forestry comes out with.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
So I support the concept. The agenda item is missing some detail, source of funding unknown, and impact on budget unknown. Do we have any rough sense of how much? Are we talking 50,000 or are we talking 250,000? Because if it's 50,000, I could support it, and we'll have to worry about the details later. But if we're talking about $250,000, I don't know where we're going to get it, and I'm less enthusiastic. What in the discussions that have happened so far, how much staffing has been estimated?
Mr. Burks, do you have an answer for that?
Well, needless to say, it's a complicated question. It just depends on how much you want to dedicate to it without knowing how many complaints will be generated as a result of this, or the Fire Safe Council's participation, because I know that they'll shoulder some of it. It's hard to say. I know that a neighboring county employs 8 people, and this is all that they do. So it's hard to estimate what we'll experience here. I'm certainly willing to have those discussions further. It's just there's some unknowns that I don't feel comfortable answering at this time.
And Chair, if I could follow up, do we expect cost recovery? Will we recoup those fees on issuing fines? Is that something the board is recommending today? And can we hear from the CEO? Does she support this? Does she feel she can direct her staff to carry it out?
CEO.
Chair, okay, Chair Hashak, I wasn't certain if you wanted to hear from me now or later. My answer to this is that, I will take board direction. And so if the board wants to divert resources or have my office find resources for this, then that's what we'll do. I think that, usually what happens, there are so many causes out there that this board would like to have the county embark on, and certainly for good reason. And we usually find out in the end that this board will have to prioritize. And you may not be doing that today, but you will do that eventually. And we know that with code enforcement, they have so many priorities that have been set by this board that we know that they can't do them all. And I think that what Mr. Burke said about having 8 people in a neighboring county that are doing this one task is telling. So my answer, and thank you, Supervisor Williams, my answer is whatever this board directs is what I will direct staff to do. There's no 2 ways about that. But I do think that we may run into a problem with finances and certainly with the priorities for our code enforcement team. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions or comments?
Chair Hashak.
Supervisor McCowen.
Thank you. Well, I think we're running into some of the issues that were identified when we first discussed this. I know that I commented on the difficulty for staff of coming up with an ordinance that would apply equitably across all of the many different conditions that we have in our county. And I think this is a good stab at it. I think the public comments point in the right direction to further attempt to refine this. It may still be a bit overbroad. I'll note that by definition, because I believe the county no longer routinely mows roadside vegetation. So, and of course, roadways is one of the primary areas where wildfires initiate. So I think the county is creating as many hazardous conditions potentially as anybody else out there. My final comment, I do grow weary of hearing, well, two more comments. The first one, totally agree with the concern that we keep adding top priority items to staff, and they're all top priority. And we add task after task, and it's simply impossible for staff to keep up. Maybe we could adopt a rule that we can't assign another task until at least one is completed. But we ask a lot of staff, and it's not that they aren't capable of doing it, but we don't have sufficient personnel to be able to fulfill all the priorities we assign. And then my final comment has to do to the degree it's financial resources. There has been a successful conspiracy to prevent any meaningful discussion of over $22 million received by the county July 7th of this year from PG&E. Of course, the board at some point in the new year will have a discussion on prioritization of those funds. But I think a logical use for perhaps a significant portion of the funding would be creation of a hazard or disaster prevention and mitigation fund. And that could easily be the answer to how do we pay for a lot of the tasks that we assign that are all worthwhile. But so here, this would have direct relevance. We're going to have an item considered shortly regarding streamlined road naming. We're going to ask again that the Department of Planning and Building take on more work without assigning a way to pay for it. Again, a disaster mitigation and recovery fund could be drawn on to pay the financial cost of all these various items that we assign. And then we will still have the issue, where do we get the personnel? So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Supervisor Jordy, did you?
My main point is, I think, although we may make some amendments, I think it's important that we move forward with this. I think the community wants us to move ahead with this some version of this ordinance, and I do think we could find the resources to implement it at least at some level. So I think first we need to focus on the ordinance that has been crafted and brought forward.
Okay, Mr. Craddy.
Thank you. A couple of quick comments. I mean, in terms of the budget, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, I think there's a lot of several more meetings before one can come up with a proposal for a budget for this. One of that is there needs to be a process defined, and so we need to know how much of it's going to be automated versus manual. So I mean, there needs to be a bit of a working group before I think we could come back with a good sense of that. But the other piece of it is that, you know, there's no matter what it is, there's going to be, this is a great framework. There's going to be a lot of judgment involved in any particular, what you decide you want to bring forward to actually enforce is going to be a matter of judgment. And that judgment is going to be informed by what the budget is. If there's no budget or enforcement personnel, then it's going to be a really, really high standard. And something that, you know, someone who looks at it at the county feels pretty sure you're going to be able to collect abatement money for, and that is a serious fire hazard, and that, you know, there's a compelling community need to act on it. To the extent that the county is able to find more funding for enforcement people, then we bring that bar down a little bit in terms of what is perceived as enforceable. But having the ordinance in place at least allows us to start working together to create a framework. And a lot of the things that happen, like was shown in Brook Trails with their ordinance, a lot of the good work gets done when people just get informed about what work needs to get done. A lot of people will comply if you just give them an educational thing that says, these are the things that are a hazard on your property. So we could create a lot of good just by having an ordinance and a first step that allows people to get some kind of notice, even if it's not an official county notice. A lot of people will comply voluntarily, and a lot of good can come from that. And, again, within that framework, you can keep a very high bar about what you actually start spending county money on that you decide is enforceable. So, maybe that bar is so high you don't have any county resources. But to the extent you can, you get more done. And I think that's the framework that was attempted to be created here, is something that's very adjustable depending on what resources become available. Anyway, thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to public comment. Yeah, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. And I just want to comment back to Supervisor McCowen that the Department of Transportation has a whole schedule throughout the county that they start working on for roadside clearing and mowing. It's just when the fire season starts, they can no longer get out there. And I have had different neighborhoods that have wanted Department of Transportation to come in, and they have been able to respond. And if it was past the time where it puts any mowing into fire danger during that period of time, DOT cannot go out and do their mowing. However, then they are placed on a list. So when Department of Transportation can go out, they are served. But I do want to reinforce what Supervisor Jurdy just said. The concerns held by many, many residents of this county over wildfire mitigation measures is huge. And I have heard from landowners all over the county, they want to see something that addresses wildfire mitigation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
So it's my understanding that DOT only clears along roadways for visual impact to keep the roadways open for motor vehicles. They don't do fire fuel reduction.
Supervisor Brown?
Well, I think you're wrong. They do mow the grasses. It's also for view of motorists along a road. You have high grasses. The roadway is obstructed, and it's a safety concern in that respect. But perhaps we should ask Department of Transportation to address that. But I think that kind of gets off our agenda item that we're talking about now.
Okay, so we will go to public comment at this point. Deputy Clerk, is there any public comment?
There is. We do have Devin Jones on the line.
Very good. Okay, Ms. Jones.
Good afternoon. This is Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. I do appreciate the conversation on this item. For the comments that we did submit, I appreciate the consideration of those. And I think the reasoning is pretty clear in terms of what we were looking to do, especially with the definition of hazardous vegetation. And, please note, this is supposed to be for managed properties, right? We know that there are situations that could need to be addressed. So that's why we kept the existing language within that definition, but just expanded it to include some other of agricultural land types, such as rangeland and forest land. And then, finally, I think, we talked about some of the other definitions in here, just trying to clarify those and the intent of sort of like, especially for weeds, that's considered more of an urbanized area issue, and that's the focus. And then corrective actions was the same way, just focusing that definition based on, what was actually defined within the ordinance, and to focus it on fire hazards, not expanding it beyond sort of the scope of looking at, potentially other issues that are out there for complaints and nuisances. And I'm not saying anything that hasn't really been discussed already or that hasn't been talked about, but I think that the Fire Safe Council has done a good job of expanding upon education. I think that can be incorporated and built into this in terms of, education and enforcement. We have variable other agencies like SRA areas and CAL FIRE responsibility, local fire districts, the Board of Forestry. So, I think in terms of the funding mechanism, I don't have an answer to that question, but I would say that, instead of, piecing this out and being duplicative, we should really be smart about what other resources are available through some of the other agencies that are out there and what ordinances are already on the books that, could be utilized versus having the county be the sole enforcement entity responsible for some of these complaints. So those are our comments. We appreciate the consideration. And if there is a working group moving forward, we're happy to participate. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Withdrawn.
Okay, are there any other public comments?
No, Chair Hashak, there are not.
All right, back to the board then. So it seems to me like we have this ordinance proposal before us, and the question is whether we want to go ahead with moving forward with the ordinance and not knowing the scope of funding and everything that's involved with it, and with the risk of creating an ordinance without funding and without the appropriate enforcement. Or do we just think it's a good idea and move forward? I personally am ready to move forward with it and hope that we can, find the funding that's appropriate for the level of enforcement that we want to create in this county, because I do think that it is a critical area of concern for probably every person living in this county.
Sure.
Supervisor McCowen.
Thank you. Well, I don't think the question of funding should hold us up at this point. I think Mr. Crowdy said that potentially that could involve several more meetings. And this is a necessary item, and thank you, Supervisor Brown, for bringing it forward. I am comfortable with the modifications that have been suggested by the public. I think staff expressed a couple of ideas that they would want to incorporate. If those changes could be made today, and I would, of course, defer to Supervisor Brown, but I think if those changes could be made today, I would certainly be willing to move forward with the ordinance. And again, the funding is a separate but related issue, but given that we have $22 million from PG&E that we received as a result of fire disaster, I think funding could be found.
Okay.
So that shouldn't be the issue that would stop us today. Thank you.
Deputy Counsel McNasee.
Thank you, Chair Hashak. Deputy County Counsel Michael McNasee. The only change that I would have suggested on top of all of the changes that the Farm Bureau made is to the definition hazardous vegetation. And I thought of these changes this morning after reading the comments, just to make sure that we've incorporated the spirit of what the Farm Bureau and of what Bradford Ranch was getting at. And so it might be a little bit more lengthy, but this is how I would suggest adding to what the changes were. In the Farm Bureau's memo, it was suggested that we add the words rangeland, pastureland, forest land / TPZ. From there, I would add the following. Right after forest land TPZ, I would also add agricultural land, because that's not in there. And I think that was part of the intent. We do talk about commercial agriculture crop, but that's not the same as the zone itself, which was mentioned before. And if I'm getting this wrong, if the Farm Bureau is on to correct me. And then after agricultural land, I would say, in light of Bradford Ranch's comments, it's those zones, except to the extent that such vegetation impacts the maintenance of defensible space around homes, structures, rights of ways, and access to roads and along public utility lines, and shall not include commercial agriculture crop, and then the rest as it's stated. That way, we're calling out agricultural land in addition to rangeland, pasture land, forest land, TPZ. We're specifically commenting that if the vegetation creates a fire hazard in those specific situations where we're maintaining defensible space as specific called out by Bradford Ranch, then we could enforce it to that extent in those areas of the land. And so that would be the change that I would potentially suggest on top of all the other changes, which I think are acceptable based on the Farm Bureau's comments.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
Question to Deputy Counsel Michael Maxey. When you referenced rights of ways, would we want to say public rights of ways? I'm just thinking that there are so many private driveways that are shared, and maybe if we say public rights of ways, it would be more clear we're talking about a public road or something that's owned in common by the public.
Deputy County Counsel Michael Maxey, I'd actually deferred back to the board. I think this is about fire safety, and I think I'm not so certain that it matters in terms of enforceability, what we're defining as a hazard. If we wanted it to be private or public, I think that that's what is setting up the definition for a nuisance. So if we're saying that it's a nuisance along public rights of way as opposed to private rights of way, you can do it that way. If you wanted to include private rights of way, I think that you could still define the nuisance in that manner.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
I respectfully disagree with Supervisor Jurdy. It should be any and all roads that that proposes a hazard. It keeps landowners safe and their homes safe as well. If it's a road just going out along the ranch that the public can't access, that's a little bit different. But we do have a lot of private roads and road associations that are not necessarily public roads. If some people clear and others don't, that could potentially be, a big mistake for a wildland fire.
Okay, we're looking for a motion, I guess, if we're done with.
Chair Hashak, if I could respond, if we were to go to make it clear, if the board wanted to make the changes as Supervisor Brown just mentioned, I might add public and private rights of way to make that clear, or to just limit it to one or the other so that it is clear in the definition.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, County Counsel.
The board has discussed possibly making some changes here today. So before any first reading, obviously we'd want to make sure that we had accurately captured and incorporated those. I would suggest, if possible, I asked Mr. Maxey if he thinks he'd be able to get that done by the end of the day. If he's got sufficient direction, we could bring back a new document later today for the board's approval.
Okay,
and
so
Mr. Chair,
yes,
I would just like to recommend. That I think is a good idea, but we are limited with time, with still quite a bit of agenda to go through, and I'm okay if the language and the first reading with the new language comes back after the first of the year.
Do you want to make a motion out of that, Supervisor Brown?
Yes. I move that the creation of the ordinance in creating Mendocino County Code Chapters 8.77, providing for the abatement of hazardous vegetation and combustible material to reduce fire hazards, incorporate the language discussed at the meeting today, and that the first reading come back at the next appropriate board meeting for its first reading.
Question.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Can we have it come back with a cost estimate? One of the worries I have is we're going to pass this. The public will then start calling to file complaints. We won't have staff to process. And it's just creating a problem down the road that's foreseeable. I would rather start with a rough cost estimate. And even if we don't have budget from day one, at least we can pass it knowing what budget we need to set aside in the next budget year. But otherwise, I mean, when I hear in another neighboring county, it takes 8 full-time. You know, if we don't have even 1 full-time budgeted for this, we're really setting ourselves up for conflict.
And I'd like to add to that statement.
Go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with you, Supervisor Williams. The cost is a big concern. However, in these other counties where you have 8 dedicated workers, a county fire chief, their ordinances are where those individuals go out and inspect all the properties. This is not the same. So I'm not sure exactly if we can come up with a cost, but we can try. But the ordinances elsewhere are very different than what we're proposing here. And that's why we went forward the way we did.
Okay, Deputy Counsel McAfee.
Thank you, Chair Hashak. Through the board, I wanted to respond to that too. And the reason I'd like to is because I did do some research into what it might cost, only to the extent that I was talking to people, just as Supervisor Brown did. And my comment is it's not necessarily how much it will cost, but what it will look like. I believe Scott Craddy mentioned the same thing. Until we know exactly what it's going to look like, it's hard to estimate the cost. And again, and I'm saying this because I wrote this in such a way that it could be as large or as small based on board direction and the resources available. And it depends on if you have so much, then you can do more. If you don't, you can do less. If you have a direction without the funding, then you work with it like that. Unless there was more direction on exactly what you wanted it to look like, it would be hard to estimate the cost. And as Supervisor Brown said, other counties do it differently. There's a question of proactivity versus reactivity, and some other counties do it in different ways. And in one conversation I had with another county, they had many times more than the upper limits that Supervisor Williams had mentioned. And the comment to me was it was still not enough.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Okay, any further comment? All right.
Does that motion on the floor include coming back with a cost estimate?
No. It didn't. So unless Supervisor Brown wanted to change it. But okay. So Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Williams?
No.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Supervisor McCowen?
Yes.
The motion carries with Supervisor Williams dissenting.
Okay, very good. Moving on to agenda item number 5E. Notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including approval to establish shorter Williamson Act contracts effective in calendar year 2021 pursuant to state statute, making the requisite finding pursuant to government code section 16142.1D. Okay, so
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
On all Williamson Act considerations, except if it was a consideration of an individual contract, I have to recuse myself according to a decision that was made, probably 10 years ago, maybe 11. because our family ranch does have an interest in leasing lands that are in Williamson Act. So it could be a financial conflict. So
Okay.
I need to go out of the meeting. Thank you.
Very good. All right. So clerk, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Okay, so is there any correspondence, telephone calls, emails?
Any written correspondence has been attached to the item.
All right. Okay, so staff. Do we have staff to present this?
We do, and we also have one telecomment request when we get to that portion.
Very good.
We have the assessor clerk recorder on the line.
Hi, this is Katrina Bartlemay, Assessor Clerk Recorder. So as our public notice says, that this is basically to approve the establishment of a shorter Williamson Act contract effective in calendar year 2021 pursuant to the state statute, making the requisite finding pursuant to Government Code sections 16142.1D as in dog, and direct staff to notify all affected landowners of final decision and the right to prevent the reduction of term by serving notice on non-renewals. So we have been doing the shorter 9-year contract, I believe for 5 or 6 years. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact date for you. And this is not to, the board decided when the state stopped reimbursing the counties to enact this shorter contract year to save the county a little bit of money while still giving and allowing Williamson Act contracts to be in place and new ones to take place. So it says, or what we've come up with is that for the fiscal year 2021, the foregone tax revenue is approximately $1.8 million, that Mendocino County will receive zero in Williamson Act funding for the state, from the state for fiscal year 21-22. Does anyone have any questions? We have notified all of those in the Williamson Act of this and of this public hearing. And then we also have letters ready to go out if this is approved today.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
Katrina, at the farmer's market, someone asked me this, so I'll pass it on. Is there anything in the Williamson Act that would allow a county to grant a property tax reduction for someone who has a small parcel but is in fact actively, growing fruits and vegetables and selling them at the farmer's market? I mean, my understanding there's a fairly large parcel size requirement under the Williamson Act. But is there any flexibility that a county would have?
Oh, I think it depends on what's around it. I haven't been in too many of the new contracts that are taking place. I think we have some coming up for our RLPC, but the best thing for them to do would be to call Russell Ford in planning and building. He's pretty much our start. I mean, they have to apply for it through the Board of Supervisors office, but then it goes to planning and building for anything more. So he would actually be the best person to talk to on this.
All right, any further questions from the board? All right, hearing none, we'll go to public comment. Deputy Clerk?
We're bringing them into the meeting. Just
very good.
Here we are. We have Devin Jones.
Good afternoon, Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. Just want to reiterate our appreciation for the continued support of the Williamson Act program. I believe it's been roughly 10 years since the county moved forward with adopting the shorter 9-year contracts. That started in 2010. At that point, we were one of 8 counties that went forward with the 10% reduction in those contracts. And we understand why. We've supported all of the various legislature to date that has allowed counties to have that flexibility to move forward. I would want to continue to offer a couple of points. One, the assessor's office is moving forward with looking at compliance requirements for all of the existing Williamson Act contracts. That is appreciated. And we want to encourage the county to continue to do that according to the county code in the frequency that is provided, simply to keep the integrity of the program and to also allow for the consideration of additional properties into the program. So I just want to continue to verify that. And the second point I want to bring forward is that it has been 10 years. So I would like to potentially have the ability to have a conversation with the Lands Committee, for lack of a better definition, to talk to the Assessor's Office, Planning and Building, the Ag Department, and the board to see what it would take to go back to the full 10-year terms for Williamson Act contracts in 2022. But until that conversation can occur, we do support moving forward with implementation of the 9-year contracts in 2021. Just really quickly for the question brought forward by Supervisor Jurdy, in the last rendition and revisions of the county ordinance regarding Williamson Act, the minimum parcel size requirements were significantly reduced. The current requirement is for prime agricultural properties are 10 acres and non-prime, which is typically rangeland, down to 40 acres. So prior to this change being made, those were, I believe, 40 and 100, and it could have been even a bit larger than that. But there could be some discussions regarding your question. And this revision was done back in 2015-16. So thank you for your considerations.
All right, thank you. All right, so are there any other public comments?
No, Chair Hashtag, there are not.
Okay, hearing none. Ms. Bartolome, do you have any final remarks?
I would just like the board to know that right now we have a table full of Williamson Act contracts that we sent out surveys, which was the first time since, I believe, 2009. And I'm just starting to log them all in because, we just finished this election. I actually have like 5 minutes. So I'm starting to log them in. And as soon as we do that next month, we'll be able to we'll have a committee and we'll start reviewing those. There are a few that I've seen already that will go into non-renewal for non-ag use, but, and Devin is going to be part of that committee. So I look forward to doing that and warning her that I have a table full of them. So that's a good thing. Thank you. We do appreciate this.
Okay.
Check. Yes, Supervisor McCowen.
Well, on that point, and of course, Supervisor Brown and I were here in 2009 when this was, the contracts were last reviewed for compliance. And I believe at that time, there were, statements made, this will be done every 5 years. And the reason that's important, this does represent a significant tax break, which the board approves by policy. It's always been supported. It's always been a unanimous position of the board. But the issue is properties may change hands, or a current producer, their family composition may change. The requirement to keep the property in ag production may fall away, and yet they continue to enjoy a very significant tax benefit. That's really not fair to the people that are maintaining ag production to be in compliance. It's certainly not fair to other Mendocino County taxpayers who would love to have the tax break if they could. So I really hope the current board members who will be continuing into the next year will be mindful that, yes, we're going to update this. The surveys have gone out. Thank you for that. We're going to get the roles updated, but we really shouldn't let it go another 11 years before updating it again, or we are foregoing tax revenue without getting the ag production that it is supposed to help support. Just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, any further comment from the board?
Chair Haschak.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, if I could ask Supervisor McCowen to elaborate, does he feel that we're not getting the ag production for these tax discounts today?
In some cases, and I think our assessor clerk recorder confirmed that of the surveys that have come back, there are some that apparently are not showing the requisite ag production. Some people buy a property, they're not even aware they're supposed to maintain the ag production, or the person who is engaged in it may have passed on, they're not able to continue it, and yet the tax deduction goes on, and the surveys seem to be the best way of trying to verify this. So, you know, Mendocino County is losing money by not doing the surveys at least every 5 years. This is a voluntary tax break that we are providing to the ag producers. So it shouldn't just go to anyone who happens to have purchased rural land that at one point had been in a Williamson Act contract. And frankly, I'm aware of wealthy people who have purchased property that had a Williamson Act contract, and they've gotten the benefit of the tax break. You know, that it's just not fair to everyone else.
All right. Any further comment from the board?
Yeah, one last question, I think maybe for Katrina. What Supervisor McCowen just described, of this 1.8 that the county will forego in revenue, how much of that may be non-ag producing parcels receiving benefit?
Well, right now, Katrina Bartlemy, assessor. Right now, I've gone through the first 100 of them, and I found probably 3 or 4 that said they were not in ag use. I have some that have not returned their questionnaires, so they'll go into non-renewal for non-filing. So that's a good question. I don't know what the answer to that is, although we do plan on doing this probably every other year. I've already got, you know, with our first round and starting to look at these, I've already got a couple changes to the survey that I'd like to make and that I've made note of. That you know, and we do this as a committee. You know, the Russ Ford helped us. We've got Matt Kondrasty. I butchered his name. Jim Donnelly and Devin and I, we have been working on the survey to send out because we collected them from other small counties to see how those were. And just in our county, with just some of the comments and trying to read these, there's some changes that we'll make before our next round. And, you know, who would have thought we would have had the biggest election in our history when we were trying to do this? So, you know, and COVID, you know, I mean, that has just put a world of hurt on us getting this done, because we planned on getting this done way before now. So we're just rolling with the punches like everybody else, and we want to get this done. And I agree with Supervisor McCowen. You know, if you're not using your land for ag, you shouldn't reap the rewards of using it. So I agree with him 100%.
Very good. All right. No further comments from the board. I'm going to close the public hearing. And I'd just like to say to Katrina, congratulations on getting the election, the certification of the election approved.
Oh, we are so glad it's over, let me tell you. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair Haschak.
Thank you. Yeah, Supervisor McCowen.
Thank you. Well, and I also want to commend you for getting the surveys out. You know, it was long overdue. You haven't been in office very long, and you're tending to the issue. So I very much appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I will move the recommended action.
Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Okay, Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Of course. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
She recused herself.
Oh, thank you. Supervisor Brown has recused herself. Supervisor McCowen?
Yes.
Supervisor Journey?
Yes.
And Chair Hashtag?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries with Supervisor Brown recused.
Okay, could we get Supervisor Brown back? Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Brown is back as a meeting participant.
All right. Moving on to agenda item 5D, discussion and possible action regarding Board of Supervisors standing committees, including 2020 final reports out of committee, approval to clear referrals from committee, possible formation of ad hoc committees, and or possible referral to the 2021 standing committees. So this comes from the executive office. Really, we should go down the list and get a report out from the ad hoc committees.
Chair Haschak, these are the standing committees.
Oh, these, okay, standing committees.
The ad hoc item is the next item, Chair Haschak.
Okay, very good.
So, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Supervisor Brown.
Yes, General Government is a standing committee. There's two items that we have that are still ongoing, but Supervisor Jurdy is our chair, and I think he should be consulted and what his opinion is. I won't be here next year.
All right, Supervisor Jurdy.
Okay, so the two items we have is the legislative platform, which is essentially finished. It's just being reformatted with some minor edits, and it'll be back to the board early next year. And then the other item is we were reviewing a number of county departments, their various contracts, and we reviewed the contracts at the Sheriff's Office and also at the Department of Transportation. Maybe there was another department, a small department, I don't remember. But I think that exercise probably would be good to continue. We know that Health and Human Services Agency has, I think, approximately 400 different contracts. And they, for some time, have been reviewing internally those contracts, but it was not ready for them to bring it to the committee this last year. So I think it would be appropriate for that review to continue at the General Government Committee next year.
All right. Okay, and that is the only standing committee we have right now?
Chair Haschak, you have two standing committees, but these are the only referrals that are left.
Okay. So let's see if there's any public comment.
Chair Hashtag, there is no public comment on this item.
Okay, very good. So we'll go back to the board. Any further comment, or do we have a motion?
This is Supervisor Brown.
Yeah, Supervisor.
I think the recommended action, I'll make the motion that both items on the that have been referred to General Government Standing Committee be taken up by the new Standing Committee in 2021.
Second.
All right, very good. Any further comment on that? Okay, Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowen?
Yes.
And Chair Hashtag?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. Now we're on to item 5C, discussion and possible action regarding board ad hoc committees, including disbanding ad hoc committees that have concluded business pursuant to Board of Supervisors Rules of Procedures, Rule number 31. All right. So the sponsor is the Executive Office.
Chair Haschak, thank you. CEO Angelo here on this item. What we do at this point is go to the ad hocs for any report outs and determine if the ad hoc should remain in active status or if we can dissolve the ad hoc. So we can start if you'd like. You can go through the list. I don't know if any of the supervisors would like to just begin or make a comment on any of the ad hocs before you start. You can
Chair Haschak.
From 2000.
Supervisor McCowen.
Thank you. Well, obviously, the ad hocs to which I am a part, whether they should continue or not, will continue without me. So I think all of those, as currently constituted, will need to be disbanded, as well as those on which Supervisor Brown serves. But there may be individual comments to some of these as we go through. I do have some comments on the cannabis tax issue when we get to that.
Okay.
But it's just evident a number of these are obviously going to be disbanded. Thank you.
Right, but we need the report out. So any further comments before we start down the list?
I would just briefly comment that we've already reported out and disbanded a couple committees this year. And for the public, I think it's important for them to know that we still have 15 as of today active standing or ad hoc committees. So it is one way that we do a lot of work is through the ad hoc committee process. And there are always many ad hocs meeting throughout the month.
All right, so if I don't hear any further comment, we'll start down the list. Okay. The ad hoc to discuss issues related to second access roads within the county and issues related to emergency access and or evacuation routes. That's Supervisors Jurdy and Haschak. We work, and if I'll just add to that, we're doing a lot of work on that still. We're working with the pilot program up in the Sherwood Firewise Council and that Brook Trails area. As a pilot, we're dealing with the zone of benefit or benefit zone with using the CSA 3, and we've gotten outside counsel pro bono work from a Sacramento law firm that's the daughter of former Supervisor Hal Wagonette. And we've been collaborating a lot with County Council and looking to bring forward information on that in January. So I think that we've done a lot of work on it, and I think that the ad hoc should continue on. Supervisor Jurdy, did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I would agree. So long as County Council's okay, says it's okay, permissible for us to continue on into the next calendar year, I think it would be appropriate.
All right. County Council.
Thank you both for that. I think you're making progress. I'm pleased to see it happen.
County Council, any problem with continuing it on?
No concerns.
Okay, very good. Then the second one, the ad hoc committee regarding fire and emergency medical services sustainability, Supervisors McCowen and Williams.
For the reasons Supervisor McCowen stated, I think we need to close this one out. Further, we've needed time from Coastal Valley's EMS, our LEMSA, and of course they've been occupied with COVID.
Supervisor McCowen, anything to add to that?
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, given the events that have developed this year, issues with Coastal Valley certainly took a back seat. I did want to mention a couple of points. As we all know, the voters approved a campground tax, or rather expanding the current transient occupancy tax to private campgrounds. Supervisor Williams and I worked with the fire chiefs and the fire associations to come up with a formula on how those funds would be allocated going forward. The board did approve that. I believe the estimates, and of course this may be affected by how events have turned out. Initial estimates were it would raise approximately $1 million. That certainly isn't sufficient to address all of the issues related to fire and EMS sustainability, but it certainly does help. And then also, you'll see a bit further down, the road naming issue was referred to this committee, and the outcome of that is on our agenda today as item 6B. Thank you.
Okay, so that ad hoc will be disbanded.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to the IT ad hoc. Supervisors Jurdy and Williams.
I think this has been a beneficial ad hoc. We identified over $1 million a year of opportunity for cost recovery, other non-county agencies that use our infrastructure. Further, I think it's streamlined some of the items coming forward related to IT expenditures, and that we're able to ask questions in advance. So if Supervisor Jurdy is willing, I think we should continue it in the new year.
Sure, and we did adopt a new IT master plan, and that plan was run by the ad hoc committee first for our input. So I think that was also helpful. I certainly know more about the county's information system than I did before joining the committee.
All right, without any objection, we'll continue that on. Okay, hearing none, we'll move on. So the road naming issues and proposal, that was taken care of, or will be taken care of today.
Yes.
And that will be disbanded.
Yes.
Okay. To ad hoc to identify and reduce fire fuel management, Supervisors McCowen and Williams.
Well, obviously, if I may, that can be disbanded for the reasons discussed. Supervisor Williams and I did meet with air quality a number of times. One of the things we were working on was the potential to streamline the permitting process for burning, whether it's an individual simply with a burn pile or maybe larger projects. There were a lot of issues, I believe, to work through internally with CAL FIRE. And I think that issue is now at a point where work can commence again. So again, we need to disband it for this year, but I would encourage the board to reconstitute that ad hoc in the new year. Thank you.
Okay, and Supervisor Williams, anything to add?
No.
All right, so that will be disbanded. Thank you for that information. Okay, the road maintenance efficiency, Supervisors Williams and Jurdy.
I don't think I think we should close it out. Probably we met independently and we met with each other, met with county staff. I'm not sure that we really brought forward any particular proposals. Supervisor Williams, do you have anything to add?
There's one we may bring forward, continuation of the work the ad hoc was doing on slowing traffic without stop signs or stoplights, but it can come forward without an ad hoc.
Yeah, I think we could bring that forward next year but still close out the ad hoc.
Yep, agreed.
Okay, close out the ad hoc. Very good. Okay, ad hoc to bring forward recommendations to reduce street level homelessness in Mendocino County. So Supervisors Jurdy and McCowen.
Well, first of all, this committee was, we had some really good conversations and I think strategies that we had a hand in with county staff. And I think it would be smart to have a similar committee next year, but I think we should close out this committee for obvious reasons. And as Supervisor McCowen's retiring from the board.
And I concur, of course. I do think this committee did a lot of good work in helping move the Marbit report recommendations forward, made significant recommendations endorsed by this board regarding the continuum of care and how the board interacts with that. One key recommendation is that the continuum of care be encouraged to broaden its representation, potentially including governmental representatives at either the City Council and Board of Supervisors level or their appointed representatives. I think that would improve the communication and the functionality of the continuum of care. So again, I do concur that that committee should be reconstituted in the new year. Thank you.
All right. And that will be disbanded for this year. Okay, the ad hoc regarding hack and squirt measure B, Supervisors Williams and Haschek. Supervisor Williams.
I'll follow your lead.
Well, since the COVID hit, we haven't had any additional meetings. We did meet once or twice with representatives of the forest industry and people who were wanting enforcement of Measure B. And then everything's been put on hold with the COVID. And so I think that at this point, we could disband the ad hoc and see what the new board wants to do, because I think County Council is going to come forth with some ideas. And that was what their mandate was quite a while ago.
Sounds
before
good.
COVID.
Let's disband it.
So if everyone's all right with that, we'll disband that ad hoc.
Chair Haschek.
Yes, Supervisor McCowen.
No objection, but I'll note that this is one of numerous items that people consider to be of some importance that has been on agenda forecasting at times during the year, and the board never had time for it. So if we get to supervisor reports, I'll make an additional comment. Thank you.
All right.
Chair Haschek, I think this next one might be a typo. I believe it may be Jurdy and Haschek.
Okay, so yeah. Let's see. So the next one is to committee to work with stakeholders, including community members, industry, and affected landowners to review alternatives to current wildlife method and mitigations. Well, down below, there's on 1/21/2020, there was a formation of an ad hoc committee to discuss supplemental services to the wildlife contract. So that was Supervisors Jurdy and myself. So Supervisor Williams, we were on this ad hoc and we didn't do anything because it would have probably created a conflict with what Supervisor Jurdy and I were doing.
That's right.
So that should have been disbanded long ago. So let's disband it. Okay, so the ad hoc to discuss supplemental services to the wildlife contract. Supervisors Jurdy and Haschek.
Yeah, so I think we started the year with some good momentum on this, and then of course COVID hit. So just to recap, we did have an interesting site visit with Jim Donnelly, Supervisor Haschek, myself, with a supplemental service that's in the County of Sonoma. It's not run by the County of Sonoma, but they do that nonprofit resides on county land. They are willing to participate in coaching or giving the county additional information about how a similar operation could potentially be operated in Mendocino County. The key is they receive substantial, millions of dollars in donations each year from some major donors down there. So it's not like any nonprofit in Mendocino County could just pick this up without a very large fundraising drive and some truly dedicated, almost volunteer staff people. But we did lose some momentum with COVID. We've had at least one meeting since COVID with Jim Donnelly, but I'm not clear if we're going to make a lot of progress on this until we either get someone else involved or we get past COVID. Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, I'd just like to say we did have a meeting or two with the Sheriff's Department and Animal Care. The Sheriff's Department controls or oversees animal control, and the idea was to shift animal control from the Sheriff's Department to Animal Care. And Rich Molinari, who's the head of Animal Care, was very supportive of that idea. The Sheriff's Department was supportive of that idea. The problem, from my understanding, is COVID hit for one thing. And so the training that the people in Animal Care would have to receive to take on that extra duty would, it's a training, it's an official training, and they have to be certified. And that hasn't happened because of COVID. And so they haven't been able to make that transfer from the Sheriff's Department to Animal Care. But I think the intent is still there and people are willing, and I think that it would be a step in the right direction.
If you two are willing, I would support you in continuing the ad hoc into the new year. It sounds like you both invested, and it would be good to keep the continuity.
I would like to make a statement.
Yeah, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. Animal Care, back quite a number of years ago, Animal Control was with Animal Care. There were numerous issues with that, and that's why, one of the reasons why it was transferred to the Sheriff's Department. Animal Control officers carry weapons. There's certain training that has to be done, like any officer, deputy sheriff, that carries firearms. It was also viewed as a stepping stone to find individuals that began with Animal Control, then going to training to become a deputy sheriff. So I just didn't want to lose that history. I wanted to give you that information for consideration as you move forward.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. But so yeah, that will all be considered in this potential transfer. And I would certainly be willing to continue on with that ad hoc if Supervisor Jurdy wants to, or we could disband and we could reconfigure next year.
I'd be happy to continue on. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll continue. We'll continue on.
That's on the wildlife.
Right. The supplemental services.
Right. So I'd like to make a comment regarding animal control. It's really a completely separate topic, I believe, but I think it's really time for the board to consider returning animal control to animal care and reunifying that.
I think we're getting off agenda here.
Well, that was what we were just talking about. So.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay. Very good. On to, so on that, discussing the supplemental services to the wildlife contract, we'll continue that ad hoc. Next ad hoc is to discuss economic reopening in response to COVID-19. Supervisors Williams and Jurdy.
I think we can close it out, disband. This was legacy from the first shelter in place.
I would agree. I think this was really important, though, that the time that Supervisor Williams and I put into meeting with West Company and business members, I think it was very strategic and helpful, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, and thank you very much for your work on that. I think it was very well received by the business community, and it helped us get through some of the real rough spots in phase, the first surge and second surge. So thank you. Okay, so without any other problems with that, we will disband that committee. Okay, the committee to work with county staff to discuss policies and procedures for placing items on BOS agendas. That's Supervisor Jurdy and McCowen. Yes, Supervisor McCowen.
Well, obviously we can disband that. I think the issue can certainly be left to the incoming board. I have some notes on the item I can pass to Supervisor Jurdy, and he can do with them as he considers appropriate.
All right. And
so again, disband.
Supervisor Jurdy?
I concur, thanks.
Okay. Okay, and maybe some of those issues can be taken up in the rules of procedure.
Exactly.
Okay. So committee to work with staff and outside agencies on a pathway for cannabis cultivators to get their annual licenses. Supervisors Haschak and Williams. So Supervisor Williams.
It's an active work in progress. I think it needs to be continued.
Yeah, I do too. We actually have a town hall tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. That will be a virtual Zoom meeting. It will also be on Facebook, I believe. So anyone interested in that to get an update. And we also had a meeting with CDFW last week. And the takeaway from that was that their recommendation with phase 3 was that they strongly recommended that we do an EIR. So I wanted to report that out. Okay, if it's all right with everyone, we'll continue that ad hoc. Okay, so ad hoc to work on staffing continuity issues related to COVID-19. Supervisors Brown and Jurdy.
So this committee was created really out of concern by the board that, we, with all of the long hours by staff generally responding to an extended emergency with COVID, that we're all aware of people who were experiencing some burnout and some turnover in departments. And so I think it was helpful that we had the ad hoc. Supervisor Brown and myself had a chance to meet with county staff. We had a chance to, I think we participated in one department head meeting even to convey the board's concern and to hear some suggestions from department heads. And I think several ideas were implemented at a staff level. And there were maybe even 1 or 2 small items that the board was required to approve in with the healthcare plan.
All right, Supervisor Brown, would you like to add anything? Supervisor Brown.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I think we concluded our business, but not knowing where we're going to be with the pandemic moving forward into 2021, I think the board in 2021 can make a decision if they would like to appoint another ad hoc. But I think we did the work, and it should be concluded.
All right, thank you very much. So without any objection, we'll disband that ad hoc. Thank you for your work on that. The committee to work with Measure B staff and Measure B committee as needed to develop a business plan and formulate a common set of goals, including the development of a PUF unit. Supervisors Williams and Haschak. Supervisor Williams.
It's active. We're meeting, I think, every week, and it needs to span into the new year to wrap up.
And we do have an item on the agenda this afternoon that's being brought forth by the ad hoc. So our work is continuing. If it's all right, I would like to continue the ad hoc work into the new year. And we're also looking at the RFPs for the PUF. So that's work that that's ongoing too. Okay, without any objection, we'll continue that ad hoc. Okay, hearing none. So Deputy Clerk, are you clear on the ad hocs that are continued and the ones that have been disbanded?
I am, Chair Haschak, so far, but there are actually two more ad hocs to talk through, please.
Okay, next page. Sorry about that, Deputy Clerk Lindsay. Okay, ad hoc to examine cannabis tax revenue available for the purposes specified in Measure AJ. Supervisors McCowen and Jurdy.
Well, we do need to disband it. Supervisor McCowen and I can certainly meet when we're discuss this before the end of the year.
Okay, and Supervisor McCowen. Supervisor McCowen.
Yes, I think I heard Supervisor Jurdy say we could have a conversation on this before the end of the year. I certainly think that would be appropriate, and of course the committee can be disbanded. And he and I can just informally have a discussion.
All right. Okay, so we'll disband that committee. And the ad hoc to assist in the selection of the Noyo Harbor District Chairperson. Supervisors Jurdy and Williams.
The committee met jointly with the Fort Bragg City Council. We jointly selected a chairperson, and we should disband.
All right. Yeah, Supervisor McCowen.
One more item with regard to the cannabis tax revenue. I think it would be helpful if there's an authorization for, certainly for Supervisor Jurdy, but maybe Supervisor Jurdy and myself, to be able to ask questions of staff regarding cost of certain budget items that legitimately could be recommended for coverage through the cannabis tax. Again, the goal is to get down to a net amount that would then be divided according to the advisory measure of the voters. So hopefully it's appropriate to have some limited amount of interaction with staff.
Why would we need to approve this? I think the ad hoc is approved to, I mean, this is really the mission of this particular ad hoc.
Just being mindful of staff time. But if there's no objection, that's fine.
Yeah, the difficulty right now is between now and the new year is that staff will be on vacation, and so it's a, you know.
Well, we can communicate by email. It'll be up to them if they have availability to respond.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
Certainly, we could send our email out before the end of the year, and if the responses come in next year, that's okay.
Okay. Okay, so if we're all right with that, we'll go back to the deputy clerk. Are we clear on all the committees that are being disbanded?
Yes, Chair Haschak, thank you.
Okay, we'll go to public comment. Is there any on this issue?
No, there is no public comment on this issue.
Okay, so
Chair Haschak.
Do we need a motion for this to accept this? Or
Chair
Supervisor?
Haschak.
Yeah, Supervisor McCowen.
Well, I think a motion would be preferable, and I would move the disbandment and continuation of the ad hoc committees as directed by the board.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that, knowing that the Deputy Clerk of the Board has recorded our the details of that motion.
All right. Deputy Clerk, you're all right with that?
Yes, Chair Hashtack, I kept track of all the ad hocs that were disbanded and
Okay.
continued. Thank you.
Very good. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowen?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Chair Hashtack?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so it's 3:21. We're going to take a 15-minute break right now. We'll come back at 3:36. All right, so we're on break. Start the meeting back up at 3:38. We're going on to agenda item 6B, which is discussion and possible action to introduce and waive first reading of an ordinance amending sections 18.16.080 and 18.16.080 of the Mendocino County Code regarding naming and renaming of private roads. Sponsors are Supervisors McCowen and Williams, and the Planning and Building Services and County Council. So I'll turn it over to Supervisors McCowen and Williams. Any comments from Supervisors McCowen and Williams?
Supervisor Williams, would you like to go first?
No, take it away, Supervisor McCowen.
Well, this item did come before the board at the behest of former Anderson Valley Fire Chief Colin Wilson, who did a tremendous amount of work preparing samples of what this would look like if we did approve these changes. I want to acknowledge all of the staff who worked on this, who took the ideas brought forward and came up with very appropriate recommendations to incorporate them into the existing road naming ordinance, but also to further streamline the ordinance to make it more functional for staff, as well as, I think, for the public, but particularly for public safety agencies, principally fire. It could also be law enforcement, who will now have the ability, if they do the legwork, to map out the proposed changes, to submit them to the department, I believe without having to submit a fee. And then we now have a streamlined process for our staff to review and approve, with the decision being appealable to the Board of Supervisors should anyone object. So again, I think the work of staff on this was very well thought out, and I appreciate the contributions they made to moving this forward. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone from Planning and Building who'd like to speak to this? Or the County Council?
Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski. Looking at this at the agenda summary and kind of building on what Supervisor McCowen stated, we met with the Fire and EMS Services Ad Hoc Committee and then researched the issue to see how other counties have handled this and were there ways to try and streamline our provisions further. I will want to note that there's a slight typo in the agenda title. This is amending sections 0.070 and 0.080 of the code. Both currently deal with renaming of private roads. In essence, we're going to be combining those into one single section, not two. We are proposing ordinance revisions that delegate the naming of private roads to the Director of Planning and Building Services. Proposals for road naming changes or road naming may be commenced by the county property owners along a road or public safety agencies. Those are defined more in the ordinance, but are generally fire protection and law enforcement. The address coordinator already within the department would review, and then notice would be provided to the owners and entities and asked to submit comments. The director then has the authority to make a determination on the proposed road name. As noted, that is appealable to the Board of Supervisors. In reviewing options and versions from other counties, our current ordinance has a 75% threshold for property owner support. We've recommended lowering that to 60%. 75% is a fairly steep threshold. In terms of fees, as mentioned, we currently have only a fee set up for property owners without any kind of mechanism for public safety agencies. With this revised process, it's anticipated that the department would come back with revisions to the existing fee charged to property owners, and then a further budgetary discussion by the department with the board about funding future road naming changes proposed by public safety agencies. And if there's any questions on the ordinance, please let me know. The changes were fairly significant, so a red line was not prepared, but the existing ordinance sections are attached to the item.
Okay, any comments or questions from the board? Well, it seems to me that this is a public safety issue more than anything. And I know that when property owners have to change the name of their road, it's a hassle. I think that planning or building staff has been very helpful in trying to make that as painless as possible. So I appreciate that when these situations come up. But you know, the number one criteria has to be public safety. So any further comments from the
Chair
board?
Haschak.
Yes, Supervisor McCowen.
Well, you're exactly right. And it's really critical in these rural areas. You'll have addresses that for properties might be a mile off the actual county road, and down 2 or 3 different dog legs that will bear an address on the county road. It can become very confusing for emergency personnel attempting to find a particular address. Again, I would reiterate, and I would go to Supervisor Williams for concurrence. I believe the intent is that we would approve this with the intention that the public safety agency, in consideration that they are doing the legwork to actually bring the recommended changes forward, would not have to pay a fee to planning and building. And again, my favorite recommendation, the board in the future could establish a disaster mitigation and recovery fund. And I think that'd be an appropriate use for a very small amount of those funds would be to subsidize the road naming so it comes without cost to the public safety agencies, but it improves the goal of improved public safety. Thank you. And with that, I would move the recommended action.
Well, we need to go to public comment, but we have Supervisor Williams.
I agree with everything Supervisor McCowen just stated. The unnamed roads tend to be not in the cities. They're in the more rural areas where fire response is volunteer. So we don't want to be asking fire departments to put on more bake sales to pay the county to rename roads. We probably do need to subsidize it.
Okay, any further comment from the board? Hearing none, we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment?
No, Chair Hashtag, there's no public comment requests on this item.
Okay, I'll go back to the board. Supervisor
I'll
McCowen.
move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, any further comment from the board? It's been moved and seconded. Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair Hashtag?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowen?
Yes.
And Supervisor Brown? Supervisor Brown? Supervisor Brown, you're muted.
Thank you very much. I said yes, and thank you to the ad hoc.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. Yes.
Okay, yes, thank you, ad hoc, for that work. Okay, agenda item 5I, discussion and possible action regarding presentation to the Board of Supervisors from the Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee on progress since the November 3rd, 2020 update. The sponsor is Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee. Okay. So Allison Bailey.
Hello, Chair Hashtag. This is Allison Bailey, Administrative Project Manager for Measure B. And for our update today, we actually have quite a bit going on, especially with the CRT. We are transferring from the pre-construction portion of the project into actual construction and have hired a contractor to do the construction for us. That would be Couples and Son. Let's see. We have also, we're getting very close to working with the operators for that facility. I have a meeting on the 17th with Dr. Miller to discuss licensing and licensing that facility and how that is going to be integrated into the critical path for the build. We've already gotten started on that a bit, and it looks like we're right on target. We should licensing should take, I'd say at most, about 9 months, and we should be licensed and ready to go by November. As far as the Behavioral Health Regional Training Center, that is back up and moving. We have the RFP for the remodel out on our website, and also the mandatory conference is tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock for contractors who are interested in doing that job for us. I've been working with behavioral health on figuring out what it is that they want to do operations wise for running the space, and also regarding the MOU with the sheriff's office that was started by me a couple of months ago, but I will help them finish that out. And let's see, for as far as budget goes, Lloyd just delivered his December numbers to me, which of course just shut down as soon as I opened it. So give me just a moment. Thank you for being patient with me. Here we go. Okay. So as of, I'll just give you the totals for the last years. We've got 17-18 Measure B sales and proceeds that came to a total of $1,606,571. For 2018-2019, that was a significant jump. That was $8,555,373. And for fiscal year 1920, that was $8,647,702. So currently, you're sitting at life-to-date expenses at $1,108,876. Our life-to-date interest earnings are at $344,048. Our current Measure B fund balance, and this is the total, is $20,670,442. And our prudent reserve, which is at a 6.85%, which is taken from the total account, so that's both capital and operations, is $1,253,558. As of November of 2020, the Behavioral Health Regional Training Center cost, total cost, has been $11,608, though we're expecting more costs. For the crisis residential treatment facility, that is $208,908. We are obviously expecting more from that too as we ramp up. And there is a $80,000 about charge for the psychiatric health facility, but I think that the majority of that was from the early visit from Falcon Consulting when these projects first began. So that will have to be excised from that. Otherwise, we have started our own YouTube account at the behest of the IS, so that we could really distinguish what it is that we're doing as far as our meetings go. There are a couple of videos up there already, and these are all, of course, for Measure B meetings. Let's see. As far as the software that I was allocated this summer, I'm finally starting to put that together. Soon we will have the ability to view a measure, or rather the strategic plan when it is approved, as well as budgets, staffing, internal, just anybody who charges money to Measure B for whatever reason, and also just a general calendar. So that will be should be prepared before the end of this year. And that is all I have for my report. Thank you very much for listening.
Any questions from the board? Okay, well, I just had a question. Just, Ms. Bailey, you gave us those numbers for the fiscal years, and those added up to 17, 18 something. But then when you did the total, it was 20 million. So did you not include this year, or how to get up to 20,670,000?
Oh, it was there. The way that that Mr. Ware puts his spreadsheets together is he has all of the previous years that have passed lumped at the top, and then there are separate costs that are not totaled for whatever quarter it is that we're in, and then gives the year to date based on that. But that total isn't there. I could run it really quickly, but that's what the discrepancy is, and I wish I could show you.
Well, I think moving forward, it would certainly help for the board to have a written presentation, so that we aren't just hearing numbers and trying to figure it out on the wing.
I agree, but by the time I'm able to get numbers to you, the new numbers have already come in, and we could do that if you want to. I will absolutely do that, but we will be kind of one iteration behind consistently if we do that.
Well, I think we need it in writing, because otherwise we have no way of processing these numbers.
Okay, then I will just start sending them when I get them from our auditor, and when I do my reports, I'll just make sure that I have the same copy that you do, and then I can report out on the final totals if you'd like to from the update.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO, if I might just chime in a little bit. We've asked in the past, when Measure B does an update, that it be provided in writing in advance. I would suggest that we follow that practice, and you can just put a date on there as to when that information was available. So I would again suggest that we work on that.
Okay, and I'd just like to say thank you to Ms. Bailey for your explanation of the questions that the ad hoc gave to you at a couple meetings ago. So thank you for those answers.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say if there was anything that you wanted to discuss about them or ask publicly, I'm absolutely prepared to do so, and also look forward to hearing about, I guess, doing the final draft and and figuring out how that's going to move forward, though it doesn't have to be here.
Okay, any further questions from the board?
Chair Haschek.
Yes, Supervisor McCowen.
Not a question so much, but on November 3rd, the board did give clear direction on the priorities that we would like to see followed. And this proposed strategic plan, if the board is to consider adopting it, direction should be given that it be revised in keeping with the priorities that the board has set, which would mean there's a number of items included in here that are not board priorities, one or two items perhaps not even appropriate for funding through Measure B. So certainly if the strategic plan is to be adopted, it needs a bit more discussion, I would say. But again, the overriding issue being it needs to incorporate the clear priorities as set by the board on November 3rd. Thank you.
Chair
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
So the board has given direction on the CRT, the training center, some supportive services. The only item that remains, as far as I'm concerned, is the PUF. And we're currently analyzing the response to that process. I don't know if I'm allowed to express any concern or not, so I won't. But I don't know that we're waiting for any other recommendations from the Oversight Committee, and I don't know that there's anything more for the board to do other than follow through with the PUF. At the end of that process, if there's money left on the table, certainly we can go back for an additional recommendation. Short of that, I think we're just about ready to wrap it up.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Supervisor McCowen.
Well, I believe that the board gave direction on 3 items, including the psychiatric health facility. Maybe I'm mistaken, but that was my clear recollection, because I think other than the training center clearly mandated by the Mental Health Services Treatment Act, the expectation of the public was they were voting for a psychiatric health facility. And the discussion of potential locations, I believe, was somewhat inadequate. The only thing mentioned in the draft strategic plan was a vacant commercial building that used to house a fitness center. I'm not sure that's the best or the only option. I think it would be prudent for the board to consider the possibility, it's been discussed, of partnering with the hospital. There is certain economies of scale. An appropriately worded contract would address the issue of, is this a gift of public funds or not? Appropriately conditioned, it is not. So, again, I do believe we already gave direction that the psychiatric health facility is one of the top 3 priorities, and there should be a bit more comprehensive discussion of the issues related to that if some plan is to be approved. Thank you.
Okay, any further?
Chair Haschek, can we have staff give an update on the PUF responses? I don't know what detail I'm allowed to discuss.
Yeah, either do I. So I don't know if Dr. Miller is on the line. Yes. Dr. Miller, Is there anything you could add to this?
So what I can say right now is that we did issue a request for proposals for a psychiatric health facility, psychiatric unit, or psychiatric hospital. There's 3 types of facilities that someone could propose to build. So that request for proposal went out. It closed on November 30th. We did receive some proposals back. We have a group that is meeting. We had our first meeting. We have additional meetings coming forward to evaluate those qualifications, the request for qualifications, and we'll be moving forward in that process. And that's about all I can say today on that.
All right, thank you. And I'd just like to add that, can we add who's in the committee looking at the RFPs?
No, I do not believe we can. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, so any other questions from the board? All right, hearing none, are there any public comments? Okay. Deputy Clerk of the Board.
Chair Haschak.
Deputy Clerk,
Yes, Chair Hashtag.
are there any public comments?
There are no public comments for this item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back to the board. Supervisor McCowen.
Thank you, Chair Haschak. I just wondered, and maybe it was stated and I missed it, when would we expect the results of the RFP to be reported out to the board?
I hate to give an exact date because I feel like I don't want to set up a date and then we miss that date, but I would not expect till probably end of January. We definitely want to go through the process. We will probably be doing interviews and going forward. So I would say end of January to be safe.
Thank you. And I believe you said you had received 3 proposals or responses.
I can't actually say how many proposals. All I can say is we received a few proposals.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so we could, if there's no further comment from the board, we'll accept the presentation from the Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee. Okay, very good. All right, thank you, Ms. Bailey. Okay. Moving on to agenda item 6C, discussion and possible action regarding Measure B Mental Health Treatment Acts funds, including crisis residential treatment facility, behavioral health training center, psychiatric health facility, and funding for community education awareness and support, and crisis assessment and psychiatric hospitalization aftercare services. So the sponsors are the Health and Human Services Agency, as well as the Measure B ad hoc, which is Supervisors Williams and myself. So I'm going to turn over the chairmanship of this to Supervisor Jurdy.
Okay, all right. Well, this agenda item is sponsored by Supervisors Williams and Haschak. And would you like to proceed with your presentation?
Supervisor Williams?
I'll follow your lead.
Okay. Well, there's lots of information about the CRT. Getting that going, the construction is, like Ms. Bailey said, on track. So we're excited about that. The training facility, you know, the remodeling that needs to be done. Certainly there's some questions about the MOUs and who's going to use it and all, and making sure that we can use it enough to warrant its existence. And then the PUF, we had the update of the RFPs. A couple things that the ad hoc is proposing is the community education psychiatric hospitalization aftercare services. These 2 programs, from what I understand from Dr. Miller, is that they are standalone, that whether we have a PUF or we don't have a PUF, they're needed. So if we have a PUF, they are needed because the PUF can't just exist on its own. It needs these complementary services to make sure that the PUF is successful, so that people don't just go in and go out on the street and then have to go back in the following week. And so both of these services will help to reduce the number of people in the PUF and also keep people, if they go into the PUF, to transition them appropriately out of the PUF. So whether we have a PUF or not, these programs are necessary for the mental health of our community. And we think that we have the funds to pay for them. It's an ongoing cost of somewhere around $600,000 a year for the two of them. And we will have the money according to the projections that we've seen, that Supervisor Williams and I have looked at. And we think that both of these programs are warranted and they will help with the mental health clients in our county and provide a necessary service, whether we have the PUF or not. So that's why we're recommending them today. Supervisor Williams, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I think you covered it.
Chair Hashak, you referenced $600,000 a year. Point to your where that's referenced?
Yeah, and I'll go to Dr. Miller on that one.
I'm sure. Dr. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director. So we are looking at the Community Education Awareness and Support Program. If you look in the detail of those programs that are attached to this item, it kind of gives a brief update of what those services would be and what the expectation would be, and then the dollars per year. So we would be looking at about $350,000 to support the community education awareness and support, to really make sure we have education, training, linkage, and resources in our community, which we do not have at the level today that we need them to reduce psychiatric hospitalizations and people decomping, and really doing the training we need within our community for mental health. And obviously, we really need stigma campaigns out there. We know that stigma is huge and really impacts individuals getting services and treatment. And then in the crisis assessment and psychiatric aftercare, hospitalization aftercare, we're asking for $260,000 a year to support that. If you'll see, there's some breakdown about how many clients we served last year, approximately, that met the criteria of having private insurance or Medicare, which we cannot bill and provide aftercare services to. And so that really does impact their treatment. And then being able to connect them to services. What happens is if they have a crisis assessment, once it's over, there's no ability to connect them without using especially mental health dollars. And after they're hospitalized, we usually aren't part of their treatment team, and we're not able to connect them and make sure they get their medications and have access to appropriate care. And that would allow us to do that with having a program that was funded and able to provide services to that population that's currently not served.
So Dr. Miller, I think the numbers you were referencing seem to be in the, there's not really a number 1 and number 2, but this is the Measure B program funding suggestions document?
Correct. And there's a second sheet where it just talks about, there's a breakdown. There's 2 sheets attached to the agenda. One is the breakdown that said all the programs that we recommended from the 3 entities. And then there's a second document that goes into community education awareness, really breaks down the project, the goals, the fiscal requests, the data reporting, and then future funding options we'd be looking for. And then same for the crisis assessment and psychiatric hospitalization. It breaks that down too.
Okay, maybe the committee could explain. So what exactly is the request of the board at this time?
Well, the request of the board is to approve these 2 programs. So one is the Community Education Awareness and Support, and then the other is the Aftercare program.
More specifically, crisis assessment and psychiatric hospitalization aftercare.
Correct.
Chair Haschek?
Well, Supervisor Journey's the chair right now.
Proceed, Supervisor McCowen.
Thank you, Vice Chair Journey. Well, I support both of these. I'm a bit concerned that in the discussion regarding a psychiatric health facility, we seem to be equivocating on whether that's a priority or not. And I understand the decision is yet to be made. Are there sufficient funds? Although the way the money's piling up, kind of looks like there probably are. A lot of logistics to be worked out about how to successfully operate it sustainably. But again, I think it's keeping faith with the voters to make clear that if at all achievable, this is one of the top priorities. So I would be willing to incorporate that into a motion if that's acceptable when we get to the point of a motion.
I'm sorry, what would you like to incorporate?
Reiterating the board's position that development of a psychiatric hospital facility is one of the top 3 priorities for Measure B facility money, capital money.
So Vice Chair Jurdy, may I explain?
Sure, go ahead.
So Supervisor McCowen, we spent a lot of time with Dr. Miller going over the types of services that would be needed if we had a PUF and what we would do if we didn't have a PUF. And I don't see a good reason to hold up these projects because no matter what comes of the PUF, we still need these.
You misunderstand. I fully support authorizing moving ahead with these 2 programs now.
You're right. And so the question about is a PUF a priority? Well, of course it's a priority. We're going through an RFP process. Will that RFP process, will we have responsive proposals that make sense that we can afford? That remains to be seen. That's in the pipeline, but no matter what happens there, we need to do this. Of course, that's the next step, is to analyze those proposals and see if we can move forward on any.
If I may, this current RFP is simply for an operator. Somebody still has to build it, or is that part of the RFP?
Dr. Miller, do you have information on that?
What I can say is that there is some assumption that the operator would be working with or have recommendations or proposals for also the build of the facility in addition to their operation.
Supervisor Brown, do you have any questions or comments?
No, sir.
Okay. Do we have any public comments on this item?
No, Vice Chair Jurdy, we don't.
Okay. So to recap, Dr. Miller, you see no conflict in the board authorizing these programs and still proceeding with the PUF RFP that's underway?
Correct. I see no issue with us being able to fund these programs, and if we are able to work with a PUF operator that can be sustainable, financially sustainable, I see no issues.
Okay.
And that's really what we would want for Mendocino County for the best interest, is find someone who can operate within their own sustainability, so we don't end up owing in the long run. As we need less beds, we don't want to still owe dollars that we aren't using. So we want to be strategic, but I do believe we can fund both if we do it right.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, Chair Hashak.
Oh, well, I move that we go ahead with funding for these 2 programs, the Community Education Awareness and Support Program and the Crisis Assessment and Psychiatric Hospitalization Aftercare. And I do that because I think that regardless, like what Supervisor Williams said, regardless of whether we build the PUF or not, these are going to provide necessary services. And if we do have a PUF, we certainly need these to be successful with the PUF. So it just makes sense that we get these going now.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any comments on the motion?
Yes, Vice Chair Jurdy. Actually, in a synchronicity of thought, I was going to make that same motion to keep it clean. I think I've made my point about the fact that the voters really are expecting a psychiatric hospital facility. We're all aware of the fact that we have always, it seems, a half a dozen, sometimes more individuals sitting in our jail that should be in a psychiatric hospital setting. It's a travesty. It's a statewide, maybe a nationwide travesty. We have potentially the means at our disposal to correct that here locally and see that people are getting appropriate psychiatric hospital treatment. So again, I really think that's what people thought they were voting for. I really think it's incumbent upon the board to do everything humanly possible to honor that commitment. But I do support certainly moving forward with these two items today. Thank you.
Okay. All right. If there's no more comment, I guess we'll call for the roll.
Yes. Supervisor Brown?
Absolutely, yes.
Supervisor McCowen?
Yes.
Chair Hashtak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Journey?
Yes.
The
Thank
motion
you.
carries unanimously.
Supervisor Jordy, before we move on, because you're still chair at the moment, I just want to make sure there's no action we needed to make regarding the board agenda summary. I know there were some recommendations sort of, and I didn't know if that was recommendations or we were just making that clear. So I want to make sure we've handled that also.
Do the committee members have anything else they are seeking from the board?
I don't think so. Do we need anything else, Supervisor Williams?
No, I don't think so. I think the ad hoc will be committed to continuing to work with Dr. Miller on the PUF proposals and bring back a recommendation. And then after that, maybe we disband.
Right. And I'd just like to say that things are moving right now. So I think that we have we've made progress, and right now we're at a point where I appreciate that vote, and we're moving things. So good. Okay, so moving on to item 5K is the CEO's report. Is CEO Angelo on the line?
Actually, CEO Angelo had to excuse herself and attend a state CAO call. I'm going to get to the CEO report real quick, and then I can go over it with the board. If you bear with me for just a moment.
Okay, we could go on to the ledge report.
I don't believe we have a ledge report.
Okay.
And I am opening up the CEO report as we speak. I won't go into too much detail, just in the interest of time, but you do have before you an update from the Human Resources Department with some COVID-19 response statistics. You can also look on here and see that there were COVID care bags that were distributed throughout the county employees. There's information in there and an update on the county health plan and the wellness program. Also attached for the board's information is a vacancy list. We did report on emergency project, which was, as the board is aware, the purchase of a large freezer for the receipt of the vaccines that we're anticipating in the next few days. There was some interest in talking with the state. We were able to acquire a smaller freezer at no cost that was being delivered by the state, anticipated the first week of January. There's also an overview of request for proposals and qualifications. You'll also see a quick update on the Oak and August Fire Complex. Additionally, we do have some information on social media to point out that the county has procured the services of 2 individuals to assist the county with our social media platform and the various tasks and responsibilities that are associated with that. Under planning and building services, you do see that there is a wage study, which was based on input by the Board of Supervisors, so that is underway. There is also an update on the abandoned vehicle program. Attached to this is a DOT report as well. There's a brief statement in here on mental health services at the jail. Your Ag Commissioner did provide a lengthy update and some details on the services. You do also have an update from your Cultural Services Agency and some details on the library and the museum activities, as well as some details on the parks and the parks website. Animal Care Services has given you an update on statistics and the activities there. And with that, the next upcoming board meeting, of course, is the first meeting, which is your annual organizational meeting in January. And I'm here to answer any questions. We also have Deputy CEO Darcy Antle, if there are any questions related to the information on there as well.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, hearing none. We do have public comment. So is Richard Shoemaker on the line?
He is.
All right.
Well,
good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This time I'll try to be a little more polite than the last time I showed up at your meeting. But I could not make the earlier session of public comment, but I wanted to definitely comment on a congratulations to well-earned retirements for Supervisor Brown and McCowen. Those of us born during the Eisenhower era are now leaving local government with all the younger folks coming in. I've worked with both these people since the 80s, and I believe they both have done a great job in all of the aspects they've done. And I have to share one quick story. Early on in my relationship with Carrie, we went to the Army Corps of Engineers office in San Francisco one year around Lake Mendocino Management. And on the way back in her car, it broke down in the middle of the Golden Gate Bridge. So that was quite an interesting time there. But on a serious note, these guys have worked really hard over the past 3 years through an amazing amount of crisis work, brought forward a lot of good work. And I believe they were some of the most accessible supervisors that I have seen since my time in Mendocino County. And thank you very much for your service, folks.
All right, thank you. Okay, back to the board. Okay, so we will move on, and that was item 5J, actually. So we'll move on to item 6A, which is supervisors' reports. So who would like to go first? Supervisor Brown?
Okay, I can go first. I just wanted to tell everybody, yes, I lost a fan belt on my car on the Golden Gate Bridge. Worst fear, I've always feared that. But thank you, Richard, for bringing that up, and thank you for your kind words. So going forward, since our last meeting, I did have a Rural Counties Association Board of Directors meeting. And I need to announce that the recruitment for a president to replace Greg Norton is still going on and will hopefully be completed right after the first of the year. We did have an election of the 2021 RCRC officers, and those elected was Supervisor Stacy Corliss from Mono as our new chair, Supervisor Dan Miller, Nevada County, as the first vice chair, and Supervisor Doug Teeter from Butte County was elected second vice chair. Then also, we approved the 2021 proposed budget. We had updates from staff on forest management and the wildlife update. Did discuss comprehensive fire prevention and response. It was a proposal. It was approved. We discussed the District Agricultural Association Fairs Governance Solution, which was also approved. And there is supposedly coming up and expected in legislation a county elected officials top 2 advance. And we discussed the ups and downs of that and what might occur. So the RCRC board voted to oppose any legislation that might be coming up. Then we'll have at the beginning of the new year, in their January meeting, will be the 2021 policy principles. They are being proposed, and Supervisor-elect Glenn McGorty will be going over those with the RCRC board. Also, I had IWPC, Inland Water and Power Commission meeting, and I do want to go over what I presented in my report to that body, is the fact that the Water Resources Development Act, WRDA, of 2020 was passed by the House of Representatives and now moves to the Senate for final approval. The legislation included numerous provisions, and these were made by and advocated by our Representative Huffman. It increases the set-aside for smaller emerging ports, such as the harbors that don't have the same tonnage of traffic as larger commercial ports, and it includes such harbors as Noyo. So that was exciting. Includes the completion of a feasibility study for a dam raise at Coyote Valley Dam in the list of expedited priority studies and projects in the bill. It authorizes $30 million for the Corps of Engineers to assist financially in the ongoing water and boat inspection operations, including the mussel sniffing dogs at Lake Sonoma and Mendocino. It ensures funding for aquatic ecosystem restoration for fish through fish bypass structures, tide gates, and restoring or reconnecting floodplains and wetlands. And it also directs a study on how the Corps can better incorporate water supply and water conservation as a primary mission. But I thought that was important for all of us here in Mendocino County, because there's several areas of the WRDA bill that could benefit us greatly. Yesterday, I had the Behavioral Health Advisory Board meeting, and my main notes that I wanted to share with you, they are preparing their 2020 annual report. The draft was not really discussed in full, but will be in January, and then it will be coming forward to this board, but we need to get it placed on the forecast for early March. I think that's important, and I hope it's placed. Then we also had the membership committee has had 2 applications for appointment to the advisory board, and each of the candidates were discussed. Supervisors will be contacted as soon, well, probably very soon. And I just wanted to report for those of you that have vacancies that both of these candidates are very well qualified. And then finally, I guess it's my final official words as a county supervisor. I just like to thank everyone I have worked with the last 12 years It has been really a roller coaster ride without a seatbelt, but I managed to hang on. It has been an honor to serve. I love this county. I love it countywide. It's a special place to be, and I will spend my entire lifetime here because I love it so much. To my colleagues who will continue on the Board of Supervisors and our 2 new ones coming on, you will definitely hear from me again on the many issues and initiatives of the future. Only it'll be hopefully in the chambers, but it'll be at the podium, and I know I only have 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Brown. Supervisor McCowen.
Thank you, Chair Haschek. In addition to the Local Agency Formation Commission, I did also attend the North Coast Resource Partnership. One change that the board approved, or that body approved, henceforth, we will have an executive committee of 6 members. There will be 3 tribal representatives and 3 county representatives. There will be a county co-chair, a tribal co-chair, county and tribal vice chair, and then an additional county and tribal representative. This demonstrates the continuing commitment of the North Coast Resource Partnership to include in a meaningful way tribal participation. And I think it strengthens the organization. It certainly shows leadership. It's far ahead of any other similar body in the state. Years ago, we incorporated tribal membership. I'm not sure if other jurisdictions have done that. I've been on that committee 10 years now. I do consider our incorporation of tribal membership in a very meaningful way, probably the single greatest achievement of that board. I mentioned earlier that we had an item of critical importance that we're still talking about dealing with. We've got a long list of them. It's well over a dozen, could be approaching a couple of dozen items that haven't been dealt with because we haven't had time. And of course, the work of the board has expanded exponentially since Supervisor Brown and I came on. And of course, we came on during the Great Recession, followed up with drought, flood, PSPS, fire, more fire, COVID, and all that goes with it. But also, just before Supervisor Brown and I came on, clerk of the board staff was 5 people. It went down to 3. Now we're down to 2. It's really unreasonable, I think, and our staff does a great job. We cannot reasonably expect them to do more, and yet the work has really ramped up. So one way or another, I encourage the board to find the way, to find the resources that we can stay abreast of all of the critical issues that are going on. Perhaps that's a partial use of the disaster mitigation and recovery funding that I think we have. The other thing that I certainly encourage, we have to find a way to improve public participation. That's been a huge casualty of COVID. And I know it's a concern to all of us, but hopefully in the coming year, the continuing members and the new board members and staff working together can come up with appropriate ways to enhance public participation, whether or not the board is able to return to chambers. So I think I'll leave it at that. It's been a very rewarding experience to be able to be of service to the public. And like Supervisor Brown, I may be going off the board. I'm not going away. I'll no doubt weigh in at times in the future. And if we get to the point where the public expression is allowed, I'll have to adjust to that 3-minute issue, which will always be interesting. Thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor McCowen. Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, well, I, again, would just like to express my appreciation for the opportunity to work with Supervisors Brown and McCowen. I think they've both been very instructive for me. I've learned a lot from both of them on many, many issues. Since our last meeting, I also attended the North Coast Research Partnership meeting with Supervisor McCowen, and I would agree. I think that we learned so much at those meetings. I mean, yes, it's great when they have water bond funds to distribute, and of course, we've done everything we can to bring as much of those dollars into Mendocino County. But most of their meetings are really informational about what's happening in other counties, and it's probably the only venue that I can think of where you also hear about what's happening on. So. And that's because we've included them on the board. Also, the CEO, Angelo, and invited me. I was a part of an interview panel with 2 library advisory board members to interview the finalists for the Community Cultural Services Agency. I'll just say that we had 3 very highly qualified finalists, and I'm optimistic that we'll be seeing that position filled very soon with a very capable person. And let's see what else. Since our last meeting also, I met with the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library and a couple other small meetings. But I would just say that on the Cultural Services Agency, when we created that, it was sort of controversial with some people at first, but I would note that we're not really hearing that now. I think it kind of shows that the model is working, is largely working, and that we're definitely seeing improvements at the museum, the county museum. It's in much better shape. It's cleaner for one, and the archived items, and they're organized in a way that they could be retrieved and displayed in a better way. And the library itself, I think, is very promising, and we're likely to see in the very near future a citizens initiative to renew the sales tax for the library in perpetuity. So anyway, so those are just some things at year end, and wish everyone a much better 2021 than 2020 has been for most of us.
Right, Supervisor Williams.
Year end, I would also like to thank the hardworking public servants that really make this possible. It's one thing for us to give direction; it's another for people to interpret it and carry it out diligently. So please pat yourself on the back. Hopefully next year will be easier. And thanks for putting up with me the past couple of years.
All right, and I'd just like to say Supervisor Williams and I have that town hall for the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee tomorrow at 4. I participated in a couple equity, diversity, and inclusion meetings. One was put on by Healthy Mendocino, very productive, good conversations, and bringing up, some of those hard questions and issues that we need to confront in our county. Yesterday, I was in a First 5 meeting, and I think they'll be bringing forth an agenda item like Paul Titchenen talked about this morning, and we should be dealing with it next month. I also participated in the Caltrans South Deal meeting, and so that's it's a good way to deal with the real nuts and bolts of what's happening with the highways in our county. So I appreciate being on those meetings. It's been brought up to me about the planning and building services and hiring a new director. And I think there's interest in the public's, from the public to have kind of input on that. So however we can work that, if it's having some members of the public or some supervisors represented on that hiring committee, because I think that public or planning and building services, controls a lot of what people interact with in the county. So let's see. And finally, as the chair, I'd like to say it's been a really rewarding experience this year. We've had a lot to deal with, so much with the pandemic, and I can't express how appreciative I am of the staff. And I'd just like to say, our CEO works harder than anyone you can imagine. So through this, as the clerk of the board and the CEO, I really appreciate, I totally want to congratulate her on getting us this far through the pandemic, and thank you for all the work you've done and helping me as the chair. Janelle Rao also, and Lindsay Dougherty and Atlas Pearson. We can't have these meetings without those people. And like Supervisor McCowen said, we need more staff. These people are doing it just, piecing it together through this pandemic. And certainly there are issues that we haven't had time to deal with. But the intent of the board, I think, is to get to those as soon as possible. We just have this reality of dealing with the crisis at hand. So anyway, I want to thank the staff so much for all your help this year. And it really made my job as a chair go a lot easily. And so anyway, that's what I have to say. Happy holidays to everyone, and we'll have a better new year. And so get some rest, have a great vacation, and our best from all of the board and the county to Supervisors McCowen and Brown. Thank you for your service. So with that,
Chair Haschak.
45, Supervisor McCowen.
Thank you. One last little detail. I have an office full of files and other personal items. I've actually been requesting since November 16th access to my office so that I can clear it out. I've been unable to get a response from County Council. Can anyone inform me under what circumstances and at what time will I be able to retrieve my files and personal property from my office? Thank you.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair, I just want to apologize to Supervisor McCowen for the delay. I have been working with the other departments to try and coordinate and to get that set up. I believe that will be coming shortly. My apologies, it's just hasn't been quite on the top of the priority list.
Okay, so we will get that worked out. And with that said, at 4:46, I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Happy New Year, everyone. See you next year.